Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everybody, welcome back to J is for Justice. I am sorry for the late start. I feel bad. But welcome in. We have a lot to go over today. So I wanted to make sure that I had everything ready to go before we went live because, like I said, it's a lot and I'm not going to dick around today. I will be, commentating, but I'm going to get right to it because yesterday we didn't get to finish Queen Bees and I don't want to be in that situation today. So Sebastian Rogers case is what we're discussing. We've been hyper focused on this and we don't usually do this on J is for Justice, but I feel like everything means something and I can't ignore it. So if you are stressed out or confused about this case, join the freaking club. Put a 1 in chat if you originally followed Sebastian's case because you care and you want this boy found. Okay. None of us had any control over the mess that has transpired. But it doesn't mean that we walk away from Sebastian, right? Just because the people in Sebastian's life are a mess, it seems like this was no different when he was still around. So we can't give up on Sebastian, okay? Just because there's crazy people surrounding him. But if you feel confused and you're like, what's going on? Because it's so hard to keep up with everything that comes out. And it is. And look at all the ones. We all just want this boy to come home, no matter what the outcome is. So we're gonna continue to comb through this together because everything seems to mean something. Natalie says ONE1. Yeah. So let's comb through it together. Let's keep Sebastian in the forefront of our minds. But we have to remember that his life was full of chaos before this happened. So why would we give up on him now? I can't. I can't do it. So the first thing I want to show you guys is we've focused a lot here on the Ruckus video. Something, and we're going to get to every video. And if you do super chat, that's probably the best way. I'm not trying to say anything bad, but I will go through those as we go. It just is a lot and I want to stay focused. And usually when I read chat, I lose my focus. So bear with me, guys. Bear with me. What's up, Amy? Welcome in, everybody, and thank you, moderators, for being here. I know it's been a crazy time. We're going to be going through a lot of material. So the first thing is we're going to talk about is the Ruckus video. And I'm just going to pull up the pic, okay? So Seth Rogers shared a video yesterday on his YouTube. He said he made a YouTube, but it's been in the works since 2006, according to his YouTube account. But that's neither here nor there right now. We watched the Ruckus video and I said, wow, it looks like somebody is running away and then somebody is pulling that person back. And then I watched the video of Sebastian on the playground. And I wanted to give you guys, I wanted to see your opinion on this because that's Sebastian running on the playground. And remember, his mom did say he ran forward, like I think she said a Naruto character. So I just wondered if maybe you guys could see like a person running compared to the Ruckus video at all. Maybe we should do a poll on this one and see what you guys think, because I don't know. Let's get a poll going. I mean, can you see someone running on the far right? We're looking at the dark images, of course. I just think that looks kind of crazy because like the arm is tucked underneath. I know, look how blonde his hair was. This was a long time ago, though. That was, I think, Seth, 2018, he said. I'm pretty sure. All right, so let me start a poll, and then I know a lot of you guys don't see it, and that's fine. I just want to know where everybody stands. I'm not sure what I see. It just is kind of weird. Okay, here we go. Okay, so go ahead and vote and we'll see what you guys think. And we'll revisit that poll in just a few minutes. So I just wanted to show that. I'm not going to go on and on, but I wanted to show you guys that and see what you thought. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to take a look at, we're going to go to YouTube now. And the first thing is going to be this Sebastian playing tag at the playground. Now, this is the video that Seth released. He's got a lot of energy, guys.
so much fun at the park.
So that was Seth's voice. He has so much fun at the park, he said. He seems to get on just fine, doesn't he? With other kids. They're playing tag with him. He's not up in their personal space. I know, he's so cute.
Had so much fun at the park.
Hold on. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show you guys, that he seems like a normal kid having some fun on the playground back in 2018, I believe Seth said that was. So let's go back. We're going to get to Kayli's video. But I don't want to skip anything. So this video also, I found this a couple weeks ago and I didn't think much of it. I don't know why. But then it came out and someone else saw it and it was posted on Facebook, I believe. Check this out. This account is Sebastian Rogers. And it appears to be someone hiding. And all of the links to these videos are in the description of this video as well. January 16th, 2024. It's made into a short. Now, this says iPhone 14, get 4 on us. This is like an ad. Excuse me. This is an ad for a phone. And then it says here how to connect your devices to your new Wi-Fi network. So did Sebastian get on somebody's Verizon and was he hiding on somebody's Wi-Fi taking a video? Watch this. It's literally a person searching with a bloodhound on January 16th. And when T-Rev wanted to play this last night for Seth, when he was on panel, he said, send it to me, dude. I got to go. So what's really weird about this to me is the date. So, I have a little theory about this, and I'm thinking Chris's daughter Faith was there in December, and then when she went back to New Mexico mid-January, I don't have the dates offhand, mid-January, she filed an emergency protection order for her daughter to get her daughter away from Chris. Now, this video is January the 16th of 2024. So when Nina filed that protection order, did something go on at home where Sebastian ran away and hid? And did they have to call the police to look for him then? And is that why Chris Proudfoot didn't call 911, but called the sheriff? You know what I mean? I mean, that's definitely a bloodhound. Like, that's not just some woman. That's not Katie. It's a bloodhound on a really long leash. And that's just my theory and my opinion only, just by seeing this. So then last night, Seth is underneath something that looks very similar to this. But that's definitely not, I don't know if that's Seth's neighborhood. I don't know where this is taken. Yes, I do see it circled. I don't know what that's all about. But that's a bloodhound for sure. Yes, it's the same overhang. Yeah. Watch. Watch. Okay, so let's go back. That's the Sebastian Rogers YouTube. The video or the link is in the description. What's up, Trees? Now, last night, let me show you, Seth, last night, the overhang. And we're not going to, be on this long, but I just want to compare. Let's go to T-Rev and show, because he called in last night a little bit. I just want to see. Oh, you know what? I should probably go to my own video because I zoomed in.
But yes, I have connected.
Let me go to my own video. So right here.
I don't have Facebook, so it's only like 50 seconds long. It was Sebastian. I'm going to do whatever I can to find my son. What I'd like people to do is join the Facebook page. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. There should be a
yeah, it was
post
Chloe
going
that
out there
said
so
that.
I can find out where people are, what states you're in. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there.
Chloe said that.
I have
or
a
not
YouTube.
Chloe.
I put a video
Heather.
on there today.
Put a video on there today. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me grab
Small
it.
little video. It's only like 50 seconds long. It was Sebastian at the park playing tag.
Yeah, I think I've seen that video.
I didn't see it.
California. Yeah, I posted it earlier today.
How
I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there.
how
Is it
was he in that video, Seth?
See, that was, I want to say 2018. So
Look at the year. Look, 206. He made that YouTube. I'm not on social media, though.
need people to join the Facebook page. There'll be a it's not a link,
Thanks,
but
Candy.
there should be a post up there so I can find out where people are, so I can send them flyers and stacks of flyers to people.
Yeah.
See that overhang,
Just so they can hand them out. I mean, I know that.
Do you know how much it would cost to mail stacks of flyers? It doesn't even make sense.
Places that'll give it free, but I can get all the flyers people want and I'll mail them to y'all.
What's the Facebook page that you're?
There's like a fern hanging. It's like underneath a deck. Like, imagine a deck with a walkout basement underneath it. Something like that. It's like he's underneath a deck. I don't think it's a shipping container. There's ferns hanging like it's decorated. Unless someone be living in a shipping container. Is this like the boxcar children? What the fuck?
You're referring to when you say this Facebook page?
There's a Facebook page that was put up.
Right, but Bunny, it still makes him a liar because he said he didn't have social media. YouTube is social media.
I
Right?
can get the I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. But I have access to the email address that's on there.
Okay.
So people
T-Rev's
send
like,
emails to that. I
okay.
have access to that. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there.
It looks like it's underneath decking. But see, it looks more reinforced there than it did in the other video that's supposed to be Sebastian. There's like bolts and shit. It's a little bit different. But that part right there looks eerily similar. But like, look at this. Watch. The box. Do you guys remember those books? The freaking box. That ain't no shipping container. Because look, okay, who has a gray deck? Because you can almost see the decking. See the decking? He's underneath like a deck. That's not a walkout basement, though. Seth is standing up underneath that. So I feel like it's different, but it looks similar. Right, that's when you created your YouTube account. 06 was when he created it. But no social media is no social media, right? I mean, yeah, I don't know. He has TikTok too, yeah. Seth does have TikTok from what I've heard. Maybe that is the deck for the apartment above his. I think he lives in a duplex. Jay, can you what? Yeah. That's just, I'm just saying, if you're watching YouTube videos, you still have social media. That's still social media. I just don't think it's the same place. But it looks similar. Right? It looks similar, but I don't think that's the same. But it looks here, there's a fresh cut tree right in front of wherever this person is underneath. There was, look at, see that stump? Freshly cut down tree right there, a big tree. You can see the tree stump. And then you can see garages and like brick houses in the background. So he had 2 Facebooks according to his background. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's wrong. Anyways, I'm not going to argue about Seth today. Just showing you what is out there. And, you know, I mean, these are his words, his stuff. So let's go over here to our next video. This is from Kayli. Kayli is the one who originally had zoomed in on the Ruckus video. Well, she's just put out a new one. Now, Kayli's point of view is a little different than mine, and that's why I wanted to watch this with you guys. Okay, so we see the whole frame of the video here with the trucks in the driveway, okay? Now, she's looking at it from the point of view that the Ruckus video is taken from a different angle. So let's watch what she's thinking here. This is Kayli on YouTube. And I haven't watched this yet, so I'm watching this with you guys for the first time. She's coming in from Kellen. And she's overlaid the Ruckus on top of the porch. Look. We were looking at the garage. She's looking at the back porch. It does kind of, Kelly. Kayli's got some skills, y'all. So she believes it's the back porch. No, do not send that lawyer a check, by the way. Right. Social media is online gaming. Yes. Anything online is social media. I mean, come on. It's semantics. And I don't know why Seth is arguing semantics and why they've all lied and want us to believe that Sebastian wasn't even on the internet at all, that he had no access in the very beginning. That's why I think social media and him saying he doesn't have it is very pivotal, because they wanted us to believe Sebastian didn't. Right? And one must ask themselves, why would they want us to believe that? Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm sold on it's the back porch. I still think I'm actually thinking it could be the front where Sebastian's window was. All right, so I wanted to show you guys those, and that is from Kayli again. Now we're gonna get into, we're gonna finish what we didn't finish yesterday first. This is Queen Bee having Chris Proudfoot. So let's switch gears. Yeah, do not send any money. You know what? I'm actually gonna play that video because I want everybody to be aware of what this lawyer is trying to do or what Seth is trying to. I don't know whose narrative this is, but the narrative stinks when it comes to this reward. And the fact that Seth has been trying and working on it for, what'd he say? Like, it's been weeks. And now he says, well, his female lawyer doesn't know everything. Well, maybe find one that does. Sounds like a bullshit excuse. But listen to this video. And then y'all can decide on your own what you think of this. And also T-Rev pulled up a criminal act that this man did that had to do with fraud and all kinds of bullshit.
Yeah.
Tony get. So why isn't Tony getting the websites updated? Merge says
There's nothing to do with the Facebook page.
it's not happy. It's taking
That's the
advantage.
person that I communicate, and I have working on that one.
Okay, so Tony has nothing to do with the Facebook page. So who has really been directing Tony's narrative? Was it really even Tony? Was it even Tony's narrative or was it Seth's all along? Someone else runs the Facebook group that I communicate with. But then he says, I have the email address, but I don't have Facebook.
What's the Facebook page that you're referring to when you say this Facebook
Right.
page?
There's a Facebook page that was put up. I can get the. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. But I have access to the email address that's on there.
Okay.
So when people send emails to that, I have access to that.
I wanted to ask you this, man, because listen. Reward. I know money. People talk about this money shit, and it's like BS.
Interesting, Glitter.
But a reward, I feel like, and this is just my personal opinion, I feel like a reward out there, if somebody does have information, they might come up off of that.
And that's that attorney. Now people want to donate using, electronics and stuff, and that attorney Lewis only will accept checks made to him, delivered to him in person so he can write receipts.
What?
I'm still working with my attorney.
Okay, so let's get this straight. This dude has an attorney wrap on his truck. You know what a wrap is, right? You get paid to have someone's business on your on your vehicle. Well, he's got an attorney on his. Okay, he's got an attorney on his. Then he's got this attorney that's trying to start a a reward based on promissory notes and checks made out to him in person only, so that this dude now has your routing number and your checking account number and a check made out to him personally from you. Nah. You accept electronic payments, that's your fucking receipt right there. But why be secretive about who runs your Facebook page for your missing son? Weird. So he's got a rap for an attorney. He's got an attorney doing this weird thing that this whatever reward that he says he can't even get a hold of the guy. Listen.
Want to donate using, electronics and stuff, and that attorney Lewis only will accept checks made to him, delivered to him in person so he can write receipts. I'm still working with my attorney. We were trying to put up a trust, and then the bank turned around and was like, well, you have to have,
Stop.
not only do you have to have the paperwork for the trust,
Stop.
but you also have to have a trust foundation to.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. He's lying. Either he's lying or someone's giving him bad info. Because you can go into a bank and set up a trust fund. Remember Summer Wells? It ended up getting donated to a children's foundation there in that county. It's not that hard. He's making it sound like it's so hard to set up. No, it's not. Especially you have a lawyer.
Over the trust. So my attorney is looking into that. She doesn't know everything, but she's looking into it. And until I get it up, I'm not going to have people sitting there and donating to it.
I feel like
Ran by the attorney. It won't be ran by me or anybody else. It'll be ran by the attorney.
yeah.
And someone finds my son, that will be, the reward will be handed out through the trust, but it will be up to the law enforcement. It has nothing to.
Now it'll be up to law enforcement. So there's another obstacle. Oh my God. Well, law enforcement's going to make the ultimate decision. So if they don't hand it out, and law enforcement said they have nothing to do with it. They have nothing to do with it. So in other words, you donate to this shit, law enforcement is going to say, we don't know anything about this reward. We have nothing to do with it. And then you're going to be fucked because you've sent in a fucking check to this lawyer in his name. Good luck disputing it against a lawyer. It is not kosher, guys. I am going to err on the side of caution and say, no, don't do it.
It will have nothing to do with me except for I'm trying to get it set up. So it's 100% legit. So there's no questions or anything else. Also, I'd like to address that page that I put out. That one right there that you just put up. That right there, he still, it can be mailed or dropped off.
Okay.
And he does.
Now it can be mailed or dropped off.
Doesn't take cash. It's only checks. He doesn't do any type of electronic transfer or any of that sort of stuff. So a lot of people, I haven't even pushed it because I can't even get a hold of that gentleman.
Huh?
Not right now, man.
A lawyer can set up a trust fund very easily, but not writing checks directly to, no. Nope. Especially a guy that has a past. Yes, Granny. She said, this is also damn messy. Is this the same lawyer he told us not to donate to? And why all this time later? Like he says this in both sides of it, out of both sides of his mouth. He's like, I haven't even been able to get a hold of this guy. But then now listen, T-Rev goes a step further and he says, so right now, we can send checks. Now listen, T-Rev clarified it after he said he could not reach this guy. Listen.
Up on that. So there's promissory notes. So I read that last night. There's promissory notes from people in the area. I know tons of people that want to put into this reward. So they have to mail in a check or what else to this exact address. Still to this day, you could mail that into them.
Yeah, that's that attorney's address.
Yeah.
I haven't even pushed it because I can't even get a hold of that gentleman. Until I get it up, I'm not going to have people sitting there and donating to it.
But you just said yes. That's the address. They could be mailed or dropped off. No, I just say don't do it. It should not be this messy. Nope. Nope. And who the hell is going to go meet that guy in person? Weird. Okay. So we're going to start out. We're going to switch gears back to yesterday. This is Queen Bee with Chris Proudfoot on panel. They are talking about the garbage truck that he says is the garbage truck video. Okay. The Ruckus, he says, is a garbage truck. So we're going to pick up on this where we left off yesterday in yesterday's stream. If you haven't caught up on that, you might want to replay that first. Not sure. But here we go.
Go and they'll do their thing. They'll talk smack, or
He's talking about
let everybody else
creators.
do it, and then you go on their show and it's like, oh, hey, how are you doing? Yeah, it's been super nice. Blah blah blah. You're being very helpful, and then the next day they turn around and start running you right back through the mud.
Mhm.
Like, are you kidding
Like
me?
Smiley did to y'all?
Yeah,
She ain't the only one. There's many of them out there.
but that shows motive in what they're doing. That they're not out to help Sebastian. That's just creating something out of nothing, right? They're trying to create something out of
It's
nothing.
fattening their pocketbooks is
Yeah.
exactly what it's doing.
So I hate to do this. Is there any way, and I'm so detailed oriented and I'm sorry, and you can say no. Is there any way we can talk about that garbage truck that comes in the middle of the night? Is that something that's been over talked? Ladies, let me know if it's too much.
What do you want to know?
Gray Hughes talks about it.
Whatever he's comfortable with, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? It's just completely up to him. Whatever he's comfortable answering, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I just don't want to do drama. I like
It's
facts.
not drama. I mean,
Yeah.
trust me. I'll let you know if we can go down the road or not. I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
No, I want to know, like, because, okay, I'm just fascinated by what we have and what we don't have, right? And
Okay.
so when you go down and you look at that footage, it looks like it cuts through the neighborhood, but because it's not like an aerial, it's from somebody's point of view that we see that camera footage, correct? Who's
are you
point
talking
of,
about the
garbage
one
truck.
footage that everybody says was flashlight?
yes,
with the
yes,
lights.
yes,
Look,
correct.
this
Yes.
right here, you mean right here? These
Correct.
lights here?
Correct.
Yes,
So-
that's been debunked. Gray Hughes did this. This is his video, but he debunked it with Chris. Him and Chris both did.
Chris
Okay,
debunked.
so basically that's just the garbage truck because
Wait,
it's in
hold
the
on.
middle of the night. Do they really come that early in the morning at your
no,
house?
they're not coming that early. He's lying. But Chris debunked it. So someone who hasn't been cleared by law enforcement has debunked this video. Keep that in mind.
It's like ridiculous if that's the truth.
So no, it's not ridiculous. You got to understand something. We're not in the city.
Right, they're outside of town.
So I live outside of city limits.
Yeah, you're not in Davidson County, right? Yeah.
No, I'm in Sumner County.
Yeah.
Please don't jeopardize Sumner and Davidson is the same county. God, please don't.
Oh, come on now. Don't do
No, I
that.
live in Davidson. Come on. I know the difference. I know the difference.
My father lives in Davidson County, so
Yeah.
I've lived there.
Wow.
I went to Hunter's Lane. I ain't scared to say it.
You went to Hunter's Lane?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to start my jokes. You can keep going.
You know, I know where you're going. That's good. But no, I mean, so outside of city limits, we don't have city garbage trucks. You have to have a privatized trash company come by and pick up your trash.
Yeah.
The trash company we use has a good proportion of the county that they do the trash.
Okay, hold
And
on.
they-
Woo! I am ready for y'all today. Pincho a loaf, Paxton's greatest minds. Hold on. This is what I love. I love it. Right here. Pinch a loaf, Paxton's greatest mind is in here saying misinformation as fact. You got me woken up now, pinch a loaf. That's a garbage truck, which the police clarified. All right. So this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here and paying attention and doing this.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Okay. Let's take that comment. And let's go over here. I love y'all. I do.
If someone calls and says, hey, I think we saw him by the pond, we're going to the pond and checking. For lack of a better term, we threw everything that we possibly could throw at this. I'll show you a picture of the map.
Hold on.
We begin with a...
I've got it, y'all. Right here.
There's been an exhaustive search for Sebastian Rogers, but with few updates from authorities in recent weeks, some have wondered, is enough being done?
We're doing everything we can do. Every time a tip comes in, we follow up on it.
Eric Craddock is chief deputy with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and heads up the investigation. He sat down for an exclusive one-on-one to talk about what they do when there are few new leads.
I think in the absence of information, what we'll continue to do is go back over everything we've already done once, put a fresh set of eyes on it.
To that end, Craddock says searchers recently found a pair of glasses, which they are checking to see if they belong to Sebastian. He says the parents continue to fully cooperate. Any evidence of foul play?
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
I asked about exclusive home security video
Right here,
obtained
right
from
here,
the
guys.
neighborhood the night Sebastian disappeared.
This is law
You can
enforcement
see two
telling you.
suspicious light sources, which we've circled here in an area behind the teen's home. Since we first aired the video last month, authorities have said no evidentiary value.
It is of no evidentiary value.
Can you tell me what those lights are?
No,
Why?
because the investigation remains ongoing.
And so it could play a role down the road depending on developments?
We don't know what we don't know.
Can you tell me what those lights are?
No,
How many times do I have to play it?
Can you tell me what those lights are?
no.
They are not saying it's a garbage truck. But let the people that are not cleared yet believe that. Because they're both spouting the same bullshit. Right? Let them believe that.
We can do. Every time a tip comes in, we follow up on it.
Eric Craddock is chief deputy with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and heads up the investigation. He sat down for an exclusive one-on-one to talk about what they do when there are few new leads.
I think in the absence of information, what we'll continue to do is go back over everything we've already done once, put a fresh set of eyes on it.
To that end, Craddock says searchers recently found a pair of glasses, which they are checking to see if they belong
now
to
it's the wrong
Sebastian.
video.
He says the parents continue to fully cooperate. Any evidence of foul play?
We have not cleared anyone. Not cleared anyone.
Do you hear that? That includes both sides of parents.
Not cleared anyone.
You hear that? We have not cleared anyone.
Not cleared anyone.
All right, so let's go back to our stream. Just had to interrupt this programming to debunk that the police are not verifying that is a garbage truck. That came from Seth Rogers' mouth, that LE told him that. I don't know what LE told him, but I know what LE just told the public.
They have to start at very, very dark 30 in the morning to get to
dark
all of
30.
the routes they have to get to in a certain amount of time.
What time is it?
Yeah.
Oh, dark 30.
So, I mean, it's common to see them out that early.
Okay. So this is 100% garbage, nothing else at all.
What, that's a garbage truck?
Yes, yes.
It is absolutely a garbage truck.
Okay. I just want to know. That's
Yeah,
all.
yeah. I think-
Because it looks a little bit like, it looks a little bit like people, I thought was somebody walking their dog. That made more sense to me. In the middle of the night, somebody worked early and go out, walk their dog. But of course, I believe you.
So here's the one element about
If
that.
that was a garbage truck, they would just say it was a garbage truck. Why would they lie if it was something simple like a garbage truck? And then if you believe the theory that Chris shoved up Gray Hughes's butt, that garbage truck is seen up on Honeysuckle, which is uphill from where that camera is. And you think you're going to see that? No. And at 3 a.m, if you go back to the dispatch, they talk to a neighbor on Honeysuckle, and the neighbor on Honeysuckle says, the only person I've seen this morning is the garbage truck. All the neighbors on Honeysuckle. Only person I've seen this morning is the garbage truck. You think all these neighbors were up at 3 a.m? You think all those neighbors were up at 3 a.m to see the garbage man? Nope.
You're what the French call Les incompetents.
Go back and listen to the dispatch audio. People on Honeysuckle said the only man I've seen this morning was the garbage man. They weren't up at 3 a.m. seeing the garbage man. It just wasn't happening that way. It defies logic. And if it defies logic, you have to wonder why. Because the story's coming out of people that aren't cleared yet. The story is coming out of people that aren't cleared yet. And if you have an alibi, they can clear you before the case is solved. Are you kidding me? You think they don't clear suspects until the case is solved? Hell no, they start clearing people. They want to clear people immediately. You think they just leave it all wide ass open? No. I picked the latest video, Pincho, so take your garbage elsewhere. Or emailed me the link to prove your theory, because I don't believe it. Why don't they go back and check the video footage a week prior and see if a garbage truck came at 3 a.m.? Here comes Jules with some common sense logic. Jules, I missed your live last night. I fell asleep early. And then I was up at 4 a.m. I'm like, fuck. Oh, yeah, it's not 3 a.m., especially in a neighborhood. People are not going to dig that. And garbage trucks have flashing lights, and it ain't happening. It ain't happening. Yeah, why don't we do a little testy and see if they come on Monday morning at 3 a.m. Exactly. The first step is to clear. They don't wait. Oh, case is solved. You're cleared, and you're cleared. It doesn't work that way. And they may not publicly clear people around them, but they have not cleared the people closest to Sebastian. And that's what's important. Exactly, Kate. Mick, I don't believe that for a minute. That's not Hawkins County, though, Harley. It's Sumner. Yeah, there was Granny, more confusion. Yeah, they said that the camera stopped working for 15 minutes or something like that. And then Seth ended up saying it was around 5 or 5:30. I don't know. Oh, Julia, I hope you feel better. No, of course the child didn't just disappear. People don't disappear. Okay, Pincho, why don't you make like a prom dress and take off? I think you would understand that disgusting analogy. I mean, for real. I'm behind? Okay.
A video that
You're in here trying to spread misinformation, and one must wonder why.
most people haven't thought about. That me and Gray looked this over, and I told him, so where that camera footage was taken from, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly,
If
Nick.
you look where you see that flashing light at the top,
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Hey, H.
That's on another road
Good
up
to
on the
see
very
ya.
top of a hill. That's not even in our subdivision. Now everybody's like, well, you can't. No, there's no way. Actually, if you think about when this was taken, there was no leaves on the trees.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing had blossomed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can see
Nothing
clear up
had
on that ridge line, that road. I mean, you can see the houses. And he
Mhm.
picked up the trash. He went through it, turned around, and went right back through it.
Is it cut down, this version, or is there like a better version of this that you've seen, or is it the same?
All right, so the video that you guys see is actually a video clip that Nick Burris took, okay, of a video. It's the upper right-hand corner of the actual video. It's not even the whole video.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not seeing everything that's in the picture. You're only seeing the upper right-hand corner.
Yeah.
And then they zoomed in to blow it up to make it look like it's this big, huge thing. It's really not.
Mm-hmm.
It's truly not.
So that's why
I
it
mean,
looks like you're... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Clue has seen our subdivision. She could tell you, where the camera was. No,
Mhm.
it's not. You're not seeing the whole video.
Yeah.
No, he just
clip. He just made it really one section of it kind of crazy. Just to start some drama.
He clipped the part that had meat to it. How about that?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because it doesn't give that full picture and it tells not the right story, right?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's why that caused so much uproar, just because of the way he cut that video and presented it and breaking news. It's like, it's not breaking news, dude.
Mhm.
Like, there's no video out there that got released to anybody that me and Katie and Seth haven't already seen.
Mhm.
Period.
Well, on that, in the beginning, especially, my biggest thing is there's just no way that a camera didn't pick him up. But then I have to ask myself, is there any camera footage of the trash truck coming up and down the road? And the reason I ask is if there's not, then that would make sense to me that he could walk down the road and not set off one of the ring cams. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I can tell you this much, that yes, there is video footage of the trash truck picking up our trash.
Oh, gotcha.
And you can see the outline of the truck. I can't give you the time, but I can tell you that much.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, this neighborhood is so dark.
Yeah.
You can see the outline of the truck. Come on. If it was an outline of a truck, why wouldn't the cops just say, oh, that's nothing? It's an outline of a truck. Mm-mm.
They've actually tried to go back and reproduce some of the camera footages. And they've actually had law enforcement walk in front of certain cameras, and they didn't even pick them up because it's so dark. Yeah.
It probably also depends on the phase of the moon at that time, because the moon, if it was like full, it's going to give more light than if it's a night without the moon.
Well, and to the question or to the statement about, the trash truck was caught. Can you say if it was or wasn't a motion activated camera that caught it?
Yes, it was. It was my neighbor's camera across the street.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and give you that. That's nothing new.
Welcome, Nilla.
That is the camera.
But you're thinking about a truck versus like a person.
My question's more: was it something that was recording all the time, or did it detect the motion of the truck, or do you know, or can you even say? Questions in one there.
So I can't really disclose what kind of camera system he has. That's not fair.
No,
especially not without having his permission.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, his camera's the one that
light.
picked up the footage stuff that people have talked about being leaked, minus the trash truck that came from a totally different house.
Okay.
You ruined it.
What?
All night there, not been a question that he couldn't answer, and there you go.
Well, I'm trying to get a little more information to help with where truth was going with that, right? Because I don't know. The more I've thought about it, the more I'm like, yeah, I got to put some credit into he absolutely could have not been caught on camera. So,
I mean, I can answer it like this. There are cameras out there that you set the perimeters on.
Yeah.
That the sensitivity, aka perimeters, on how they operate.
Yeah.
And how long they record.
Listen to this.
I mean,
He learned this from Katie.
Certain ones you can even determine, like the camera can identify the shape of what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lucinda.
I want to go back to the 3-hour conversation that him and Katie had. I've been married 31 years, and if me and my husband are in different places, like sometimes he works out of town, it is normal for us to have a 3-hour conversation. It's normal for us to have a conversation where we don't even talk at all, and we're just sitting there. And I've been married for 31 years, which everybody thinks that, if you're married over 20, you guys don't love each other or whatever. But yeah, I'm just saying that is totally normal to have a 3-hour conversation. If you're not having conversations like that with your husband or wife, you might want to look at that, and not look down on those of us that do have 3-hour conversations with our spouses.
Well, congratulations to that, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, me and my husband is my best friend. We tell each other absolutely everything, and when something good happens, we're the first people that we tell. And yeah, it's just, I'm not saying I have a perfect marriage by any stretch of the imagination, but I mean, when you do love someone and you're committed to them, that's what you do.
And remember, Katie, who did she call first when she noticed that Sebastian was gone?
I mean, it just drove me nuts every time somebody said, "Oh, what married couple has a 3-hour conversation?" Lots of people do. You know, that's called loving your spouse, wanting to be with them, wanting to spend time with them. You know, whether you're there with them or not.
Miss Robin.
So,
Hell, we sat here and had a 3-hour and 40-minute conversation. And
right?
nobody's
I mean,
deny.
well, yeah. I mean, look at how long we talk on here. You know, I mean, yeah. I just wanted to put that out there because I hear it all the time, and it just drives me crazy when it does happen.
So the first time Clementati and Cletus and me and Katie all talked, that conversation lasted almost 4 hours. And that was the very first conversation we ever had.
And when you enjoy the person that you're talking to, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it
was
answered
long.
questions. I mean, it's. I mean,
No, I don't think you've come on her show for less than 3 hours yet.
No, probably not. It gets lonely at work.
Yeah.
Well, especially when she said she was studying for school. Remember, she was in business administration. She was supposedly reading some kind of chapter for school. So she was reading a chapter. From what Chris said earlier, they were kind of having phone sex-ish, allegedly. But then she was dozing off. And this was all taking place on the couch, according to them. And he had to get up and work the next day. Yeah, I think that's just a distraction right there. Really. I agree with you, Robin.
Chris, do you ever think about the Roman Empire, man?
Actually, I love history, so yeah.
Okay, just wondering.
I love history. I'm a nerd, man. I will sit down and read stuff just to read it, just be like, oh, cool.
Was that clue in the background that said what?
Yeah.
Have you never asked Cletus if he thinks about the Roman Empire?
No.
Ask Cletus. See what he says.
Yeah. But that's
There
such
you
a
go.
random fucking question. Where did that come
Helping
from?
her read?
Hey, great. Yeah, we were showing a couple different things. Chris was talking about the way the dogs went, and so we were showing this. So yes, it is yours.
Hey,
Yes,
Kimmy.
this is yours. That's what we were just talking to Chris about. I was like, do you want me to let Gray do the commentary, or you want to talk with it? Because you guys are the ones that did it together. You did a great job on it. You do a good job on these videos. I like showing them because you're very smart, and you guys, you did a really good job, and it kind of helps break things down for people that have not seen it.
Crickets.
It gives people a better perspective, you know.
Crickets.
And they've been dropping your link for the video in your channel.
And we've been saying good things about you too.
Uh-oh. Watch out. That's taking it a little too far now. He reminds me of B-Tim, you know?
Yeah.
I'm going to say he despises all of us.
Nah.
Gray Hughes, hey, that looks like my video.
We don't want to ruin his reputation. We already ruined Chris's.
Well, somebody sent me a voice message.
Hell, I
lasted
yeeted myself
about
off.
50 seconds. Very interesting that said person wants to actually sit down and talk.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
He was being a crybaby because you came up here.
Boy, I have a question that I want to ask just to burst your bubble, but I don't want to ask it because it'll burst your
Ask it.
bubble.
Fire away.
Well, Chris, will you tell us why it was the 17 hours, it was 7 + 7 - 3 + 2, and your trailer, and you had to get it, and you just made like 5 trips, and you know, the pullouts, it doesn't take that long to pack a camper. You just put it all in the middle and push your pullouts in and get on the road and get going. And so there had to be something nefarious that you did in those 27 hours that you were on the road.
See, I'm trying to understand the 27 hours. Like, where's the 27 hours?
I don't know. I don't know.
The person she's talking about doesn't do math very well.
Oh, I know exactly what she's talking about. I know
Right.
exactly
It's
who she is.
like, I don't do math
Same
very
person
well.
that said that they wanted me to do something so they could sue me for my trailer.
Right.
Yeah, and you have no way to pull it. So sure.
Yeah.
I actually clipped
Yeah.
that video.
You actually thought that through. Good job.
Okay, I apologize. It was 17 hours, not 27 hours. I apologize. I guess I added 10 to it.
Well, no, I mean, even if it was 17, I need some understanding of where the 17 comes from.
Honestly, I think what she's meaning is that, like, it would take you 3.5 hours to get there and like 2 hours to pack up. That makes 7 hours. And then, one way, and then you had to go back and get your trailer, and then 7 hours. Then it would make it 7 hours the other way. Like, I don't understand her math. And like, in the end, I was kind of just poking fun because like the question does not make sense. I don't understand tragedy pimp math. And what is it she's trying to prove in this time frame?
So here's what she's trying to prove. I can break this down real easy. She's trying to say I did something nefarious in that 17 hours that it takes to allegedly drive from here, go get my trailer, pack it up, and then drive all the way back here, that it took me 17 hours and I would have had to have done something with Sebastian. That's what she's alluding to. And she's actually 1,000,000% incorrect.
Well,
Thank you, Emilio.
We know that.
Because
We know
the
that.
part about what everybody's trying to assume about my trailer, I find extremely hysterical because they don't understand that it was checked out twice.
Right.
I brought it home because at one point I was out of a job.
Hey, Mel.
Right. And we're also coming into the time of year when campgrounds fill up like crazy. So if you don't pay, you don't get to stay. Otherwise, it becomes a big problem, right?
Oh, I pay in advance. I pay it my whole time. Doesn't matter. Like if they say, hey, I'm gonna be here. Let's say I'm gonna be at this job for 3 months. Okay. I'll ask them, do they want me to do it monthly, or do they just want me to pay all 3 months up front? It's whatever.
Right.
So I'll pay. I brought my trailer home.
He didn't need to go back and get that trailer right
Okay.
away.
They were aware of everything, what day we left, what time I left. I went down there, packed it up.
Do you remember when we heard the dispatch audio and they said, no communication with anyone and his truck is not here? Do you remember that? So if you take the time that she heard the thump, which was 10 p.m., yeah, I think he's controlling, and I think he watched everything. I don't think that him being on the phone with her is anything new. I think he probably helped discipline Sebastian during the month of February while he wasn't there via phone, too. He needs control. And I think that there was something keeping and barring him from being in that home in February. And he was pissed about it. But for him on the dispatch, remember, he wasn't there yet. He wasn't there yet. And it said that in the dispatch that at around noonish, it was like the 12 o'clock hour, that it said he is not available, or no contact with anyone in his truck is not here. And we were like, who is he? Because we know Seth was there in the morning. So there's 17 hours from 10 p.m. at the thud to when Chris Proudfoot showed up at the house. Something like that. Okay. So if you take 10 p.m. to like, I think he got there at 3 or 4 in the afternoon the next day. That's like 17-ish hours. He doesn't show up for 17-ish hours. And then he's the one that informs the bio dad, hey, don't be mad, man, but Sebastian's missing. And then he's unavailable, if that's him they're talking about. Right?
I spent the night.
Oh, and look at Gray Hughes, JLR the clown. You're going to look like the clown because you believed Gray Hughes and went with a narrative that a trash truck on Honeysuckle is what we're looking at in the Ruckus. I'm going to show you guys again Honeysuckle and where they're claiming we're seeing this truck load up trash, turn around, and come back, because it's ludicrous. For them to even think that we would buy that explanation is ludicrous. And that's why the cops aren't even using that anymore. The cops are like, I can't tell you what it is. It ain't a trash truck. Okay. So if you look here, this is just so dumb. Dumb. Here's Honeysuckle. Okay. Honeysuckle is right here. See Honeysuckle? It says Honeysuckle Drive. See that? The next road over is Stafford Court. The red pin is the Proudfoot home right here. Okay, now I'm going to zoom out. I know my screen is not the best right now, but just to do this really quick. There's the pin, and now you can see Honeysuckle Drive way the fuck over here. Okay, this is Honeysuckle. Now, if we look down towards the Proudfoots, do you think that they're seeing shit up here? Do you really think that that camera is catching what's going on up here on Honeysuckle? Look how far down in a gully they are. The Proudfoots. And look, there's no leaves on the trees in this Google image. Do you really think, now let's go back down to Stafford, where they say we're seeing this trash truck. Let's go right on the corner. And mind you, this is over on the corner of Kellen Lane. They're saying Honeysuckle being up here where that tree line is where we're seeing the trash truck. And there's no leaves on these trees up in here. So we're seeing the garbage men load trash up there. At 3 a.m, no less. What's up, Kayli? It's weird because it defies logic. You're not going to see a trash truck way the fuck up there on Honeysuckle. Look, Honeysuckle's way over here. How is this person right here? Okay. This right here. That's where the camera's from, right? And now you're telling me their camera can see all the fuck way up here? To see the truck turn around at the dead end way the fuck up here? We're seeing that from the corner of Kellen and Stafford. We're seeing that. I don't think so. Now, if we go back down here, okay, and we stand in their driveway and we look diagonally across to the Proudfoot home on the edge of the camera lens angle, we see the back of their house. Now, what's more plausible? That we're going to be seeing possibly the back of their house or another camera angle of their house, or that we're seeing a trash truck way the fuck up here on this road way up here. Make it make sense. And it would be way further away than that. You wouldn't see figures loading garbage. You wouldn't be able to see it from that far away. It's far away, but it's not that far away. Like, it's far away enough where this would be in the distance with no leaves. Absolutely, with no leaves. Exactly. You're not going to see, especially on Honeysuckle. You're just not. It's just, it doesn't make sense.
Because it's 3.5 hours
Whatever.
down there. And then you've got to pack everything up and get everything done. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to pack my trailer up. Drive down there, pack it up, and then try to race back home. Like that's
Right.
irresponsible first and foremost. If you have a CDL, you know damn good and well that it takes one speeding ticket, you can lose your CDL. It takes one wreck,
Absolutely.
you can lose your CDL.
Absolutely. You can't, like, on top of that, just finding out that your child is missing, you're already a danger on the highway because your mind is going a million different directions.
What the fuck is she talking about? This guy's saying he had one earbud in to listen to his wife's his household and another one in to work. Who thinks this guy may not even have a job anymore? I mean, that's a violation. That's a safety hazard for everyone around him.
As it is.
But I mean, it's. I know what she's alluding to. Can I see what she's thinking? I sure can. Sure. But the other aspect of this, of what she doesn't understand, or these people don't understand, let me put it that way, because I'm sure there might be more than one, is that what they forget is every aspect of what we've done includes law enforcement. Period. Doesn't matter. Like when we fly out of town to go pick up my daughter.
Like when we fly out of town to go pick up my daughter, who thinks that's not going to be happening anytime soon?
We'll know when and when we come back.
Right.
Chris, can you repeat one thing for me for the people in the back, please?
Sure.
Sure.
Your trailer
Bueller.
was your trailer was searched.
Yes,
Yes. Repeat that, please, so that everybody hears that one more time.
it was searched.
Okay.
It was searched.
By who?
Hey, Chris, what's your
There's not been one thing that we have kept from any form of law enforcement at all. They have had access to every single thing that they wanted.
Mhm.
I know. I used to laugh when Katie first went back down to the job with you, and they were like, I wonder if law enforcement knows that they're leaving the state. It's like, do you not think that they're letting law enforcement know, or that law enforcement has no clue what they're doing? Do you think they're actually on the run? And just the stupidity of what they're saying. I wish they could hear themselves from the way we hear how stupid they are. I mean, they obviously don't hear themselves because
the way they think
they wouldn't
out
say
here.
that stupid shit.
Yes, they think he's on the run. They think everybody's on the run out here.
Right.
Awkward silence.
Well, it's just a lack of common sense is the problem.
I wouldn't say it's lack of common sense. I would say it's more along the lines of lack of entertainment.
Well, I've never seen so many people be able to add on and take. I went to the store and turned it into. I was the shooter on the grassy knoll.
What?
Or take getting
Thank you.
getting a nick on your leg from like a stick or something to a snake bite from a one-tooth snake. I don't know. These are the people we're dealing with.
those rattlesnakes and water moccasins and Tennessee cobras
that only have one tooth.
Wait us.
You gotta watch some Tennessee cobras.
And one-eyed tube snake cobras. Look out.
He had said they got a snake bite in North Carolina or South Carolina, somewhere around there. Anyways, they showed their leg and it had one little nick in it, and it's like, that is not a snake bite. I'm from Minnesota, and we don't really have poisonous snakes up here, and I can even tell you that that's not a snake bite.
Well, hold on. There could be something to that. And no, I'm not saying that people are what they're saying is true. However, snakes can, even poisonous ones, can reach out and bite you, graze you, never injecting any venom in you.
Yeah.
It is a very possible deal. So not every single snake bite from a poisonous snake is fatal or injects you with poison. I mean, it just.
I'm a snake. I'm a silly snake. I'm a silly snake.
What's up, T-Rex?
I swear. Silly snake.
But it looked like a blister, and it was only one.
No, y'all never had the little silver snakes that used to buy in a pink box at the store. Couple bucks, and then you just put it on the steps. You just watch that thing just doom. You never had one of them?
Oh, like a slinky.
There we go.
It's a slinky.
Those things are extremely viperous and dangerous.
Oh man, if you're a girl with long hair, yes, it could be viperous and very dangerous.
See, and it never bit you. Look at that.
Have you ever been to a snake handling church?
Do what now?
Have you ever been to a snake handling church? They have
no, not a church.
Yeah, they have them in Tennessee.
What?
Yeah.
Apparently we got one here at 1008 Stafford Court.
But only on full moons and stuff, right?
That's right. That's right. I mean, didn't you see the torturous picture of Sebastian where I had it wrap around him and he was just clutching onto him so hard,
Oh, I know. It's so loud.
Squeezed him so hard he was smiling. Didn't you see it?
Yeah, I did.
God, people are stupid. This place irritates me.
I know.
Irritates me.
What are you saying about me?
Oh, they come up with the dumbest fucking shit.
Okay, so what's interesting about what you just said? Hang on, I'm gonna skip over this shit. This comment here, too bad we aren't getting a reenactment of that night. Well, what's interesting, Jazz, is that the police, the investigators had the Pharaoh unit there to take the 3D imaging of that home. So I'm pretty sure that the authorities are reenacting the footage that they have in their hot little hands with a 3D rendition of that home.
Positive affirmation. You can't live in that. You have to be positive. Like, no, he's going to come home. He's going to come home. And that's it. So there you go.
Well, here's all right. So I'm not going to get religious on this aspect of this, but there's a saying, a Native American saying, that they say that when you were born, you cried and the world rejoiced, but when you die, the world cries and you rejoice.
That's beautiful.
I believe that. Yep.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
Yes, sir.
I remember the one creator who's a little yellowish in the skin tone. Anyways, they were talking about your arms with the dogs, and they said, "Oh, he said that he was cutting the dog's nails. Why was he cutting the dog's nails? Their kid is missing. The dogs can wait. It's like you're not
I didn't
supposed
say I
to."
was cutting dogs' nails. I said I was playing with my dogs, but
Oh, well, he said that. But anyways,
Yeah.
it's like you're not supposed to tend to your dogs. You're not supposed to bathe your dog or groom your dog just because your child is gone. I mean, hello. I mean, life cannot stop. You still have to take care of your animals. But that's how it's twisted. You were playing with your dogs, see?
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, but I mean, if something tragic happens in people's lives, you should take the time to mourn.
Okay, so who thinks he was playing with the Morkies? T-Rev, we need to save the Morkies. No, seriously, your live last night when he called in, that was amazing. Like the information that came out last night is gonna save a lot of people, T-Rev, especially with that reward fund. Because he straight clarified to you, yeah, still use it. After he said he doesn't even hear from that guy. So I just want to give you props because that was information that I think everybody needs to hear. Thank you, Barbecue. She said, I have a video of the neighborhood pitch black. The camera on the corner looks right into their side yard, not a garbage truck.
Think whatever, but at the same time, you have to get up and move on.
You have to get up and move on. You mourn and move on.
And I'm sure every day you're dealing with this emotionally. So if you can laugh a little bit, you have to.
I don't have time to be emotional.
What?
I have a wife to take care of. I have a daughter. I have bills. I have a house. I have things that have to be done, and I have a family.
Wow. He has a family, and Sebastian's not part of that equation, y'all. Sebastian's not part of that equation because your family is not complete when a human is missing out of it. Y'all, your family's not complete when your child's missing from it. You're supposed to mourn and move on, he says. That's what you do when someone dies. You mourn and you pick up the pieces and you move on. I have a family. He said earlier in this live, life goes on, man. Katie's got to be a big girl. Katie's got to be a big girl.
You have to.
I don't have time to be emotional. I have a wife to take care of. I have a daughter. I have bills. I have a house. I have things that have to be done, and I have a family. So I don't have the time to be an emotional person.
Wow.
My job is to be the rock. That's it.
Wow.
Right.
And I
Spoken
guess
like a true gentleman.
Well, I think a lot of people have forgotten a man's role is not one of the three that are loved unconditionally. Women, children, and animals loved unconditionally.
Oh.
Man, you're not. Man is loved with conditions, period.
Okay, so is Sebastian considered a child to you or a man? A man is loved with conditions. This dude needs some psychotherapy. Bad. Chris, what happened to you in your childhood that you have this fucked up, distorted version of life? Seth did, Barbecue. The link is in the description of this video. He called in really quick about the reward and he spewed some other shit.
You have to.
I don't have time to be emotional. I have a wife to take care of. I have a daughter. I have bills. I have a house. I have things that have to be done, and I have a family. So I don't have the time to be an emotional person. My job's to be the rock. That's it.
Right.
And I
Spoken
guess
like a true
people,
gentleman.
well, I think a lot of people have forgotten a man's role is not one of the three that are loved unconditionally. Women, children, and animals loved unconditionally. Man, you're not. Man is loved with conditions, period.
That's very true.
Crickets.
That's going to cause hell tomorrow. I'm just telling you right now.
Way to
How
go,
dare
Chris.
you be a gentleman?
A gentleman?
Damn it, you get us in trouble again. Jeez, Chris.
Well, I'm happy. So you were able to keep your job, Chris, right? They couldn't.
Okay, we're gonna get to that in a second. T-Rev, what was the call before you went live? Because I noticed you went live early last night. Because that's nuts. I could tell something was off last night. And you and Smoke did a great... Dude, you guys did a great job last night. I just want to say that. Oh, I'll see. Okay. He says that we'll see. T-Rev always throwing out breadcrumbs, man. Come on. When will we see, T-Rev? When will we see?
Take that away from you. They did try.
Chris's
there was a situation that got handled. That's the best way I'll leave that.
I
Fairest way.
That I'm glad.
That's horrible. Like you had to, on top
A
of
situation was handled at work.
all that, have that over your head. I think that's horrible. So, just to say that.
Didn't realize I was actually in the show.
Oh,
shit.
Ray.
Hey, last time I
said, hey,
He calls in.
Chris
I did
was,
not know this.
with Chris was on Web Sleuths. Yeah, that was fun.
He was actually nice to saying it. I wasn't so nice when I said it.
Yeah, I was on Web. I think that was the Web Sleuth show.
Yep.
Yeah.
They weren't very nice to you on there, I didn't think.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I just felt like I think I was one of the first people to be sort of noticing the ridiculous
one-sided situation.
Yeah, it was just absolutely insane. Like I mean, no matter I would refer to it as Proudfoot's bad, Seth good. That's all it was. It was this whole thing where it was like, I mean, it didn't matter what that guy said, even though some of it was crazy too. It turned out where he was just always awesome. I mean, he's called brother and all these things on different shows. Like he's just and it's like, I mean, Sebastian's the person who's missing, and and there's no evidence of foul play of any kind by any of the parents at this point, right? So shouldn't they all get the benefit of the doubt by everybody? But instead, to create content on YouTube, people had to come up with the boogeyman, and it turned out to be, the Proudfoots. I mean, that's, I guess, Katie's the last person at the house, and everything like that. And so that's where they just focus in on that, and that's where they feel like it's justified to be that way. But when law enforcement said that they've been cooperative since the beginning, there's no evidence of foul play, and they can find no evidence of foul play on the part of them, shouldn't that be where people go, well, maybe we should act a little different,
Well, you think so?
Well, in real life, yes, but on YouTube, that's where they double down and they invent something.
No,
Yeah.
but everybody that's on YouTube has a PhD in criminology.
Well, the thing is, there are some of us out there that have been doing it for so long that, like, I've covered thousands of cases, actually. I'm not just a one-hit wonder type YouTuber. So we actually know, like, seen it all. I mean, there's so many cases that are like
I'm not a one-hit wonder YouTuber. Dude, you ain't no even one-hit wonder. You ain't no wonder.
yours that people treated the family members just horrendously. And it turns out they had nothing to do with anything when it's all said and done. And people never learn the mistake. And it's almost, I'd say it's 90% of the time that they're not correct when they're trying to, look at the body language. You know what's funny about, like, Chris and Katie, when they were doing their first interviews, I saw absolutely nothing wrong with them at all. Like, they were just the most mellow. I mean, when I say mellow, I mean, like, they're upset. They weren't, acting out, saying anything weird. They were answering questions normally. And people had to do mental gymnastics to find something in there. And one of the things that bothered me the most recently was I guess Katie said something about, I heard a noise, 10:30, whatever it was. And then Nancy Grace actually had the thoughtfulness to try to drill down on it and said, hey, so what was that? You heard a sound, right? I heard you said you heard a sound. So what did it sound like? She goes, oh, a thud. And then everybody on social media goes, she lied. She said it was a sound, but it was a thud. I mean, isn't that just ridiculous? I mean, just think about that.
Well, I don't know if there shits in the wood. Does it actually shit in the woods?
No, but I'm saying, like, Nancy Grace is the one who
covers himself with leaves.
Nancy Grace got her to say that it sounded like a thud because finally somebody actually wanted her to. How come none of the other YouTubers or people out there, when they heard a sound, they didn't say, can you describe that a little bit better? They just go, oh, a sound. And yeah, God, absolutely.
No, somebody said it was a thud. Somebody else said it was a thud also, other than Nancy Grace. Katie said it somewhere else because I'd always heard it was a thud.
I think it was on.
We're getting past this. Hold
I think
on.
it was Caitlin Fox 17. So that probably would have been the second interview where all you see is our hands. You don't see our faces.
Okay, the hand interview. The hand interview.
That's where that actually came out.
I don't remember seeing that one. But
I think in that interview, somebody said that you.
Wait a second. Gray Hughes, The king of the wonder of YouTube didn't see the freaking hand interview, but he knows it all. He hasn't even seen the hand interview. Chris, oh my God. I mean, Gray, not Chris, but Gray, tomato.
You or her touched the other one, and that must have been
No,
you
no, no.
telling her.
That
Oh,
was
was
in
that the first
Olivia's.
one?
No, that was in Olivia's.
Oh. You guys were cueing each other that, oh, you shouldn't say that. Shh.
Oh my gosh, you have been through the entire gamut of tragedy pimps.
Well, so in fairness, I got approached by a gentleman who lives locally, and he said, "Hey, look, man, I can, if you'd be willing to do this interview, it won't be where you're drilled. It'll be controlled, et cetera, et cetera." And we said, "Okay, fine." So we agreed to do it. Now, he also said that he had connections to other
You won't be grilled. You hear this? These are his stipulations for this interview.
The entire gamut of tragedy pimps.
Well, so in fairness, I got approached by a gentleman who lives locally, and he said, "Hey, look, man, I can, if you'd be willing to do this interview, it won't be where you're drilled. It'll be controlled, et cetera, et cetera." And we said, "Okay, fine." So we agreed to do it. Now, he also said that he had connections to other news outlets, national news outlets. I was like, "Oh, okay, well, this could be a good thing." So we did the interview. I don't think it turned out to be a bad interview. And we saw it before it even aired, so they lived up to their word. We did the interview, and that's the one where she shifted or her elbow hit me, and I guess I looked at her or something, and everybody's like, "Oh, look, they're cueing each other." No, not cueing anybody.
Just ridiculous.
Oh,
To answer Whiskey, you've been timed out for 5 minutes, but don't question why I'm playing things. I don't have to like a creator's personality in order to play a video where he pops on someone else's panel. Okay? So go defend he ass somewhere else.
If you would have scratched your nose, that would have been a cue, a cough, a sneeze, a leg tap. Hell, had you put your arm around her to console her, you would be an overly consoling husband. There is no way to win out here in this arena. And it's fruitless some days.
I mean, what I always say, and the way they've been treated is, even if, I'm just throwing this out there, if somehow they turn out to be involved, like Chris and Katie or whatever, I'd still feel exactly the same way as I'm feeling now. I think that they've been treated like garbage, given that there's no evidence at all.
Right.
That's how I look at it. People go, "Hey, you might be," it's like, I don't care. This is exactly what I've seen a million times, and it's just horrendous. And by the way, that JLR guy, I don't know if you guys, but it feels like one of these days somebody's gonna have to file a suit against somebody like that.
I hope so.
Creating such horrendous and almost like a dangerous situation. I mean, if I was Katie, I wouldn't stay at home. I mean, there's no way in hell I'd stay at home by myself in that house with these lunatics running around outside with pitchforks and torches, and there's no way in hell I'd do that. And they act like it's bad. Some people go, "If it was my kid, I'd never leave."
This guy's an idiot. Pitchforks? Who's even on their road? No one.
Well, you don't know what the hell you would do if you were in a town where everybody was made to hate you, and you're all by yourself, and your husband's out of town working somewhere. I think it's just crazy the way people think. It's like this mob mentality. So I don't know. It's just crazy.
Oh, but his ex-cohort said that she's a soldier. She should be able to handle it. She shouldn't be scared to live by herself. It's like, do you think she's got a big machine gun sitting in her underwear drawer that she can protect herself with? I mean, come on, people.
There's something to be said that let's keep in mind where we live. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. If you remember in the dispatch audio in the very beginning, it was said they have firearms and they are not all accounted for.
Only one other state that's just as pro Second Amendment as Tennessee, and it starts with the letter T.
Wyoming, we're constitutional carry too.
Land mass population wise, I think Texas and Tennessee's got you beat.
Carry is concealed and open.
You don't even need a permit to conceal carry.
Baby, you don't even have to have a background check. I can walk in and walk out. If I got cash, I can walk in and buy a gun just like that with no background check. And I can pack it underneath my bra and no.
Be careful. I will say this much: be very careful saying that on a channel, and here's why.
Right.
Federally, you don't have a choice but to do a background check when you buy a pistol. Period. You have to do them. It doesn't matter where you are, what state you're in. You have to.
This loose lip bitch carries a gun in her bra? What? Do you hear this?
And you're all by yourself, and your husband's out of town working somewhere. I think it's just crazy the way people think. It's like this mob mentality, So I don't know. It's just crazy.
Oh, but his ex cohort said that she's a soldier. She should be able to handle it. She shouldn't be scared to live by herself. It's like, do you think she's got a big machine gun sitting in her underwear drawer that she can protect herself with? I mean, come on, people.
There's something to be said that let's keep in mind where we live. Okay.
Yeah.
There's probably only one other state that's just as pro Second Amendment as Tennessee, and it starts with the letter T.
Wyoming, we're constitutional carry too.
Land mass population wise, I think Texas and Tennessee's got you beat.
We can carry concealed and open.
You don't even need a permit to conceal carry.
Baby, you don't even have to have a background check. I can walk in and walk out. If I got cash, I can walk in and buy a gun just like that with no background check. And I can pack it underneath my bra and no.
Be careful. I will say this much: be very careful saying that on a channel, and here's why.
Right.
Federally, you don't have a choice but to do a background check when you buy a pistol. Period. You have to do them. It doesn't matter where you are, what state you're in. You have to do a federal background check. Period.
Yeah. Why is she saying you don't have to do a back? What is this? I see people who are pro-gun getting a little defensive. Texas Ranger, I don't care who owns weapons, but when you have a kid that's missing and no one knows what happened to him, you should probably account for your weapons, right? How do we know that Sebastian, I mean, we see him, he's a normal kid in that video. That tells me he was a normal 15-year-old. And 15-year-olds can also take their own lives. So if there's a gun missing out of their house, I don't give a damn if they own guns. But I do give a damn if one's missing.
Now, long gun, different story.
Yeah.
You have to.
And in the past 5 days, they've talked about taking Sebastian to a gun range. They've talked about it not being odd to hear a gunshot in Tennessee. And now this.
Seems counterintuitive in a way, right? I mean, it seems like if you got the long gun, you'd have to get federally background. This would be more like self-defense.
Well, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of litigation out there right now when it comes to firearm safety and firearm purchasing. But there's not one state in this country you can walk into a store and buy a pistol off the shelf without doing a federal background check. Because if you are doing that, ATF will be knocking on your door.
Not even antiques. Can you still buy antiques though?
That depends. Are they fireable or non-fireable?
Okay. So
there's some caveats to some of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they have the rapid. Like I went in to get mine, they had like it was kind of a rapid test, and then a rapid application, but it didn't happen, so I had to wait till the next day. And I actually ended up getting a revolver. The thing is, I always feel like they're safer because that one in the chamber. It's like you're just never quite sure. When you're.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no one gun that's safer than the other. They're all the same.
Well, I mean, in terms of like you can see that the bullet. You can be absolutely certain it's clear with a revolver. You just flip out the thing and you see that they're all empty.
You can pull the slide back and make sure it's empty too.
Yeah,
I will say this to you with a one that takes a magazine. Yeah, you may only have one in the chamber, but with a revolver, you got 6 in the chamber at all times. So think about it that way too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's also like the one I have doesn't allow. It's not I think it's a double action, not a single action. Like I can't cock back. It's like I think it's Smith & Wesson 620, 642, 642. I think it's really kind of a light concealed carry gun, but when you fire that sucker, it's just boom. It feels like it's just absolutely blasting your hands back. It's not because it doesn't have any weight.
Wait a second. Okay, this makes no sense. They both carry. KP had to carry to work on Brinks. She wasn't driving an armored truck. She was a security camera installer. She doesn't have to be armed to do that. Come on, man. You guys have to be better than that. I'm glad you made it through the storms, Esther.
Do it.
So you're carrying like a 357?
Yeah, so it was a 38 special.
Oh, 38 snub nose.
Yeah, it's a snub nose with probably a 3.5 inch.
Mm-hmm. It's just so much really massive kick for such a little gun like that. I mean, I guess that's why there's no weight to counter the.
There's no barrel.
Yeah, and also that too, right? Exactly. Yeah. So. Anyways,
I mean, in this state, I mean, we were both military. We are both pro Second Amendment. So no, that's not a threat to anybody. It's just that's just our views. We are pro Second Amendment. So I'll let you venture down whatever path you so choose to with that. But yeah,
Right. My question though is why did it have to be that way? So why turn it into a Salem witch trial when it was so unnecessary?
Exactly.
You know, that's the whole point here is it just went too far in harassment and threats and all that. So I don't agree to. And another thing, talking about Nancy Grace, I mean, I would not have stood up in that show allowing somebody to address me like she did, because that was a full on investigation. Like she interrogated you guys. That wasn't an interview.
But so look at Nancy's Grace show for what it is. You know, what is her job? Her job is not to sit there and worry about the questions that she gets, that she asks me. That's not what her job is.
Yeah.
Her job is to bring in the ratings and bring in the audience.
Yep.
So however they need to do that is what they do.
Nancy Grace is the original tragedy pimp.
Well, I thought it was amazing that you went on there. That should have been.
My question is, why has not one of these nitwits asked, no offense, guys, I love you all on the panel, but why have they not asked where he stored his guns? Why has that not been asked? We're 3 months into this case. We heard in the dispatch audio that the Proudfoots had weapons. Why did we not ask where the guns were stored? And are they all accounted for? I've never heard that. I've only heard on the dispatch that they owned guns and they were unclear if they were accounted for because it was early on. So if that actually was talked about later, I haven't heard law enforcement say anything about their guns publicly. Only Proudfoot, if that's true that he talked about that.
Been a wake up call to a lot of the trolls. Like, holy crap. They went on Nancy Grace, who was basically a prosecutor the whole time, and they sat there and they answered all the questions. And then she says, "Hey, will you do a lie detector test if I do a lie detector test?" And then isn't it true that, like you actually said, asked the police, "Should I take this lie detector test from Nancy Grace?" And they go, "Absolutely not."
That would be correct. Now, also at the same time,
so Chris told Gray that that the cops told him not to take Nancy Grace's poly.
I was also offered a polygraph from TBI to take, and I took the TBI polygraph. No disrespect to anybody else out there that's a prolificer. They don't know anything about the case. So, I mean, you can ask whatever questions you want to ask to get you a baseline or whatever, and then, you know, there's a lot of things that go into asking those questions. You just can't just randomly ask a question and expect it to be a yes or a no question.
Really?
There's also a reason this is what the reality was for you, though. See, lie detector tests aren't even used in court because they're not really, there's some sort of a pseudoscience to them anyways.
They're not admissible, but the prolificer's professional opinion is admissible in court.
Yeah, the thing is here's how it would have worked for you. Once it's learned that you passed it, everybody's like, "Oh, those things aren't really." But if you had not passed it, those would be the most valid tests in the history of the world.
Yes,
that's how it would have worked, right?
Before that, they were like, "Oh my God, he's not taking it. He's not taking it." Then when he finally takes it and passes it, then they're like, "Oh, well, I ain't right anyways." Yeah, it's stupid.
Because you didn't do the one Nancy Grace told you to do.
She's
of course.
so loud.
And here's the thing.
I'm just joking, Chris. Though.
In the end, doing that for Nancy Grace would do nothing but bring in more ratings for her while making everybody else question question the validity of the polygraph results, in my opinion.
Well, what Chris did was the right thing, though.
But if you go back and look at the whole situation from broad perspective here. Seth goes on there first. She asked Seth if he had taken a polygraph, and he said no, but he volunteered for one. Okay. I did the same thing. Okay. Well, Seth takes a polygraph. And Seth should have never taken the first polygraph. Not one time should he have taken it.
Agreed.
Had they had done what they did, which, by the way, the polygraph is the exact same no matter who you are, where you take it with whom. It is the exact same process.
Did he fall asleep during this polygraph like he claimed?
In the first one?
Yeah. For Nancy Grace, supposedly he fell asleep.
Now, listen to what I said. The first one, yes.
Oh, okay.
Because the test came back inconclusive, she needed an answer. And then based on the fact that he fell asleep, they gave him a second polygraph test.
If this is true, yikes. If it's true. If you guys don't want slow mode, you can become a clicker, which is a member.
Man, I'll tell you what.
It's real easy. A moderator will help you.
Click. It's real easy, man.
Interesting.
She says that in her show. That where him and Tony are in the show, she actually does state, the first one, because there were some issues, blah blah. She didn't go into details, but she does state the second polygraph test that you took, did you or did you not pass? But she goes into her show and she does state that I've got all these nasty messages about the polygraph. Yes, you do, because when he got the results that day, she had the results as well. And when it came back inconclusive, that was not a good look for Seth, nor was it a good look for Nancy Grace's show. Plain and simple.
I bet if you had taken the test on Nancy Grace, I have no doubt that it would have came back inconclusive. Because there's no way she could give you a win. There's no chance you would have got a win there. Oh, wow, he was clear, everybody. And then she'd have, because here's the thing, in this case, the most of the population and the fanatical fandom of it want you guys to be guilty, right? So she's going to be, that's the direction she keeps trying to head towards and suggest and everything like that. So there's no chance that if you had taken it with her, it would have came back that you passed. It would have been inconclusive so that the angle's still open to her. You see? That's just the reality. I'm just telling you. That's how these people are. There's no chance. They wanted Seth, though. Oh, we got to take it again. Okay, yeah. Oh, yay, he passed. Because the first one he didn't because he fell asleep, right? And so then they made sure he took it again and he passed.
Why do I picture Gray clapping like a seal?
Inconclusive, regardless if you passed with flying colors. That's what they would have came back with.
Like,
that's my opinion.
Fuck is this? And
Can somebody explain to me how somebody falls asleep during a polygraph?
Do what now?
Multiple identification.
I know it's probably a rhetorical question, but can anybody explain how somebody falls asleep during a polygraph?
Simple.
I think of the word polygraph and I instantly get sweaty and my tongue gets thick and my heart starts to race. So has the opposite effect of wanting to go to sleep.
Well, most of the time people
Okay, so first of all, Cora, I want to address what you said. She said someone inside Nancy Grace's camp leaked that Seth failed the first poly. Nancy Grace had to address this. I don't think when it comes to Nancy and her show, there's any leaks that aren't done on purpose. Just saying.
It's actually very. Have you taken a polygraph?
No, honey, I have so much anxiety that there's no way I would automatically fail it just walking in the room.
Actually, no, you wouldn't. Because so a polygraph test is not something you walk in, you sit down, you do, and you're out the door in 10 minutes.
He's going to tell us the process. Let's listen closely.
That's not even remotely close. It is a 3 to 4 hour process to take a polygraph test. Exactly.
Yeah, that in and of itself, that's not going to work for me.
It would, because the way they do it. So you're freaking out, you're nervous. Oh my God, palms, your knees are weak, your palms are sweaty. Here we go, Eminem. Anyways,
Mom spaghetti, yeah.
Yeah, but you go in and you sit down and you'll meet the polygrapher, the prolificer. You sit down in a room, okay? There's no windows in the room, okay? You sit down, you have a conversation with the guy, and it lasts for a while. He's basically, they're getting you to calm down and relax. You're getting to know him, he's getting to know you, vice versa, trying to see what kind of person you are. So you calm down. And once that portion's done, then you kind of take a break, go get your drink water, go to the bathroom, whatever. Then you go back in and you kind of relax, and at this point you're not nervous. You're not. He's already explained everything to you, you've talked, you're relaxed. Then they're going to go into the paperwork aspect of it. And there's a questionnaire and all kinds of stuff, and that you sign and whatnot. Well, after that's done, then he'll go through the process of explaining to you the objects that are on the table. Keep in mind, the polygraph is a process. The lie detector is you, not the machine. Those are just instruments. You are the actual lie detector. So, you sit down in a chair and you get comfortable and you're talking, and he goes through the process and he hooks you up to all these gadgets. Then you sit down and keep in mind, before you even sit down to do this, you already know what the questions are going to be asked.
Listen carefully, guys. Listen carefully.
He reads you exactly how they're going to be worded
Well,
to
yeah,
you.
because you would have to have a baseline to know whether you're lying or not.
Well, the baseline is simple. They do that with a little process. So imagine a piece of paper in front of you, and let's write the numbers 1 through 6 on it. Okay. Well, there's a blank spot on number 3, but I've already provided you with 1, 2, 4, and 5 on a piece of paper. I give you the piece of paper and a pen, and you write the number 3 down. And then when I tell you, when we get to that number, I'm gonna ask you, did you write number 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5?
right.
I'm gonna ask you that.
Right.
There's where your baseline's coming in. Okay. So when you get to 3, did you write the number 3? You answer no. So you're lying. That's how they establish your baseline.
That makes sense.
But they tell you to answer no. They tell you to say no to this.
Yes. Yes.
But are
they
you
actually-
nervous? But are you nervous when you say no though? Like when you?
Oh, I told the guy. I said, "Man, I hate lying." I told him before. I said, "Man, I hate lying." But he was like, I want you to write the word lie out beside it." And I said, "Okay." So I go through the process and I do it. But all the questions, you get them read to you. And if there's a question you do not like, you don't like the way it's worded, cool. You sit down and you can change it. It is an open book cheat test. I kid you not. It's that easy.
Oh, Jesus, God, Jesus shouldn't have said that.
But it is.
I'm of two minds. Like I'm
No,
over here.
what you meant to say was, man, this is the most freaky thing in the world, and it's hard to man.
Brain surgery is easier than this. I mean,
Oh, it's
But-
easy to pass if you're telling the truth.
exactly. It truly is. But you get all those questions to you, and then you sit down. You know, after he's hooked you up to everything, you're sitting there, and he starts the test.
But here's the thing: if they make you lie on something that's so mundane to get the base, I guess it's kind of like, I mean, is that really? So that's an easy lie to tell. So it's not making you nervous. But when they start asking you questions related to like, hey, were you involved somehow? Do you get more nervous on those types, or like?
No, your body naturally will tell on you because all the gadgets they have you hooked up to. The seat that you're sitting in, it will detect if you shift your weight. It detects blood pressure, breathing,
heart rate, stuff like that.
Heart rate, the blood flow through your capillaries, through the tips of your fingers, sweat glands. I mean, it puts all of this into play, but you're not really nervous. You're not. And when you sit down and you're in this room and you're looking at a wall, a white wall, that's all you're looking at.
Psychopathy.
You don't move. You just sit there.
Do you know
And
how
it's
hard
not
it
a-
is for me to sit still?
Well,
That-
see,
it
but
just-
now you're asking how he could fall asleep, and it's simple. Because you're sitting there staring at a white wall, you can't close your eyes. Because they need to know that you're not having some form of deception whatsoever. By closing your eyes, you can actually be trying to decept the machine or decept the test. So you don't close your eyes. You stand. They tell you to look at the wall, keep your eyes open, breathe normal. Your answers to your questions are either just be yes or no. That is it. That's it.
That's it.
And then you have to go through it 3 times for it to be a true polygraph.
3 times. And that's it. How many times has this man said, that's it? You're not nervous and you can easily fall asleep because you're looking at a white wall.
Psychopathy.
Yikes.
No more than 5, but no less than 3. And then after it's over with, he'll say, okay, I'm going to have you step out. I'm going to score your sheet, and then I'll call you back in. So, you step out 15, 20 minutes, whatever. They call you back in, sit you back down and said, okay, you did a great job. I appreciate you working and doing everything we asked you to do. The results of your polygraph are boom, and they tell you right there on the spot. On the spot, you get them.
You know what's kind of interesting is like this one. I don't know if it was some kind of Indian tribe. They had their own polygraph thing, so they would, if somebody stole something in the community, they would say, "All right, line up," and they put a knife in a fire and get it really red, like really hot, right?
Good Lord.
And they would go to each male, assuming it was a male, and they would put the knife on each tongue, and it would burn the tongue of the person guilty, because you know how they get cotton mouth and your mouth gets dry when you know you're the person, right? And you're nervous. So they would have their mouth dry, and the knife would burn the one who actually did it. And the rest of them knew that it wouldn't burn them because they didn't do it, so they didn't get cotton mouth, and it would just make a quick little because there was liquid on their tongue. And so I kind of wonder if that's sort of the same thing. Like if you are somebody that's guilty and you're taking that lie detector test, it'd be hard to kind of just act totally mellow, you know? And
Sure.
I think it shows up on the machine at that point.
I mean, I don't see it. Well, people are going to try to do what people want to do. Keep in mind, that's their business. That's, here nor there. If you're an honest person and you go in and you take your test, you should have no problems, regardless. No problems whatsoever. I will say this much. I think Brissett screwed up because he knew he had a polygraph to take. And whether or not he got any good sleep that night, I don't know. But, I'm not there to speak on his behalf. His first one was inconclusive because he fell asleep. So, is what it is.
Well, and he talked about before that, about him being on gabapentin and all that. And I know, like, gabapentin on me, I fall asleep with that. I've had it before, and that would put me right to sleep. They always told me that it doesn't make you sleepy, but it made me sleepy.
Yeah.
Medication is different for every single soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's interesting, though, see how, like, Chris doesn't throw Seth under the bus right there. Easily could just say something like,
right.
"Oh, yeah, Jesus, why the hell is he falling asleep? Holy crap, man. One of the most important things he's done all year, and there he is falling asleep." Instead, I mean, that's the thing. What I've noticed the whole time is that they were always nice to Seth until, and even after Seth came out with all the crap that he came out with, they treated him, like, man, he shouldn't have said those things, but they still were respectful towards him, in my opinion, anyways. I haven't watched every single drama show that's been out there. I got to be honest with you, but
okay. So Ted Bundy also passed a polygraph. Ted Bundy passed a polygraph.
Psychopathy.
But we just listened to Chris Proudfoot talk about how polygraphs go, and I hate to take you back to this, but let's watch a little bit from JCS, the Criminal Psychology Channel, and let's watch this for a quick second here. This is Tammy Lee getting ready. This is the pre-poly phase.
It's not on or anything right now. It's not gonna buzz you or anything. Obviously, you're probably nervous about taking today's test. Honestly, I would think something is wrong with you if you weren't nervous about coming in here to take a polygraph. Even if people are like, "I don't have anything to hide," it is nerve-wracking. And I have taken tons of polygraphs. Obviously, in my training, I went to 10 weeks for training. I've been a polygrapher for about 5 years. I went to the best school in the country. So I want you to have confidence in the fact that you had nothing to do with this disappearance. Like, we're going to find that out today, okay? I have the best training that they offer in the United States. We use the most validated testing. That's the way I'm going to ask you the questions. So believe me, if you had nothing to do with this, I will be able to show them that today.
This is psychological pressure disguised as reassurance. It's not a routine procedure during the pre-test phase of a polygraph exam, yet this technique will be used when the suspect's guilt is almost conclusive. Polygraphs are not a foolproof system, and they can be beaten, but with a heightened state of anxiety, it becomes considerably more challenging and unlikely. On this occasion, the polygrapher distinctly applies this technique for maximal effect.
There's actually only 2 ways you can fail a polygraph, okay? The first way would be if you fail to follow my instructions. I'm going to give you a lot of instructions today about how to sit still, how to answer questions, things like that. So if you fail to follow those instructions, you will not pass today's test, okay? The second way would be if you choose to lie to me today. If you did have something to do with their disappearance, it would be really stupid for you to come in and take a polygraph today, right? Like, it would be really dumb. Like, you should not be here right now sitting in this chair if you had anything to do with Shanann and the little girl's disappearance, okay?
Well, yeah, everything flourished from there. Like in 2011, I proposed to her over in Ocean Isle Beach. And she was just sitting there crying with a little eviction notice, and she recorded it. It was an amazing day just to see that. And then Celeste, she was, I was there, like, she had a midwife for this one. So, like, they actually had me, like, you can stand here and, like, catch her and, like,
Okay, so he's going into background with her. And then here is another part right here.
You physically caused her disappearance.
Okay, like you'd hire somebody, or you have somebody that would do it. I mean, it's like it's hard. It's a hard question.
I know this stuff.
It's a hard question to answer.
Right.
Because it had nothing to do with this disappearance.
Right.
So like, I don't even want to think about like if you're asking like how I would do it. Like
anyone. Like how would anyone cause someone else's disappearance?
I mean, you would. I said like
you could cause someone's disappearance by murdering them. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So what different physical ways could you cause someone's disappearance through murder? You could stab someone, right?
Stab someone, shoot someone, hit them with a blunt object. What else is there? I mean, use a weapon like gun or a knife. I mean,
okay.
You could.
Okay, so what's interesting here, this is all pre-polygraph, okay? So what they do is they get you in there, like Chris said, they set you down and they want to learn about you. They want to learn about you. And it goes on for hours. Now, it's important, we're going to find out when we watch Tik Tok Tony today that last Friday, Seth had a 2-hour interview with the TBI. Or meeting, he said. Meeting. So he mentions every form of unaliving someone other than the form that he used on his wife. So they pick up on all of these things. The polygraph doesn't start when you're hooked up to the machine. Okay? They're getting background and they're asking questions. So he mentions every way of unaliving. Okay?
You could smother someone.
There, it finally comes out.
You could strangle someone.
Hang someone. I mean, yeah, you can, all that kind of things. I mean, it's hard to even think about that kind of stuff right now.
Mm-hmm. So you could strangle someone, you could drown someone.
Yeah.
You could shock someone to death. You could burn someone alive. What other ways can you think of?
As far as like lure them into a trap, I guess.
What do you mean? What?
Like, like have somebody waiting like around the corner and like, hey,
sure.
I've never noticed that part. And I'm playing this because true crime is true crime. Okay? When we have actual videos of someone guilty taking a poly and it's broken down, it's important. So if you're on a one case wonder of Sebastian Rogers, you're not in the right place, because I cover all kinds of cases and we dive deep. So who was waiting around the corner when Shanann Watts walked in the door? Who was waiting around the corner when Shanann Watts walked in the door or came down in the basement where the dog hit? This is how you figure shit out, guys, when things just pop up at you.
Have somebody waiting like around the corner and like, hey,
sure.
They're in a coma.
Sure. So if I ask you that question on the test, Chris, are you going to have any issue with that? About you physically causing
going through every single one of those?
Yeah, like that would be a way you could cause someone's disappearance.
Okay. No, I can definitely, I can pass. I mean,
you could murder them, you could kidnap them, you could take them to another country, you could, bury them in your backyard, you could do a million things.
Yeah.
As far as trying to conceal them.
Yeah.
Right? So that no one can find them.
And it's important to remember that this polygrapher is CBI, which is the Colorado version of the TBI, right? Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. This is the Colorado Bureau of Investigations. Yeah, I don't like that around the corner shit, because that dog picked up that scent when they went down in the basement and went around the corner to walk around to Chris's bed, the dog picked up on trauma in that area from what we think is trauma. It could have been something else. Me either, Chris. You can learn so much from this.
Yes. Because at this point, she's gone. So when I ask you the question on the test, I'm not asking you about guilt. I'm not asking you about, did you make her feel so horrible that she ended up leaving? I'm saying that you were the one that physically caused her to disappear.
Hi, Trevor.
Either by murder, kidnapping, all of those other things that we went through, okay?
You want me to list all those?
No.
Okay.
You're just going to say no to that question.
Okay.
Right. When I ask you if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance,
Okay.
your answer should be what?
No.
Right. So do you have any issues with that at all, and
No.
have any question about what I would mean when I was
No,
would be
that's
asking
total.
that
I just going through all those that that's
Right.
a lot to really think about.
Right. But
Like
that's-
trying to figure out that was.
I'm going to have you take a bathroom break. We've been in here quite a while.
See? Isn't that exactly what Chris Proudfoot just said? They let you get a drink of water. They let you go to the bathroom. Then they hook you up to the gadgets. And this is when you really think you're being polygraphed, right? This is the part that people think is the most important. But she doesn't ask him to lie right off the bat, I don't think. Let's listen.
You're going to be taking what's called a directed lie polygraph. So what that means is there are going to be questions on the test where I want you to lie.
Okay, yes, it is. So did Chris Proudfoot watch this? We're going to slow this. Oh, it is. Okay, this is regular speed. Here we go.
Seems kind of weird, but you're going to know which questions these are, and they're going to be easy to answer. They're all going to start with before 2018.
The directed lie test has 3 types of questions. Known truth questions. These are easy questions to answer, such as, are you sitting down? Or, are you wearing shoes? They serve 2 purposes. The first purpose is to provide a baseline reading for when the subject is telling the truth, and should elicit very little bodily responses. The second purpose is to disconnect the examinee's thought patterns between each question as a means for resetting their cerebration for a more accurate reading. Control questions. These are what the polygrapher just explained to Chris. Whenever she says, before 2018, at the start of a question, Chris will know he is purposely supposed to lie. Each of these questions are deliberately constructed that all answers will be responded with no. Relevant questions. These relate specifically to the crime being investigated, and the examinee will know that they are supposed to respond truthfully. A guilty subject will show a much stronger reaction to the relevant questions than to the control questions, even though they will be lying on both of them. This is due to the immediate threat posed by the relevant questions.
So I'm going to say before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about? And you're going to say,
No.
Because you're telling a
lie.
Awesome.
Okay, hold on. No, not all polys are administered in the same method. They use different methods. They're not useless. They get people to confess to crimes all the time. They get confessions out of these. They're definitely not useless.
The test is about to begin. Please remain still.
So he's
Did
told.
you write the number 1?
He's told to lie on the 3rd question. So he's to tell a truth, and a lie. Truth, lie. This poly began fucking 6 hours ago. He got there at 9 a.m. It's 2:30.
No.
Did you write the number 3?
No.
Did you write the number 5?
No.
This portion of the test is complete. Please remain still while I take the instrument out of operation. Okay, you can relax. How'd you feel?
This is the last time the polygrapher will have any correspondence with Chris before the real test begins. She gives him an initial compliment in a reassuring tone.
You did great. You remembered to lie and everything. That was awesome.
This momentary boost in his confidence is then abruptly ripped away as he receives the following information.
So, you obviously are a really bad liar. Have people told you that before? Like, the second you tell a lie, like, they can tell, like, on your face that... Because the second you lied to the number 3, like, I don't know if you heard me clicking, but I had, like, turned down the sensitivity because you were starting to go off the page. So that is what I need to see as a polygrapher, because that tells me that you know it's wrong to tell a lie. And you're actually having a significant reaction when you lie, so that is awesome. So thank you for being a horrible liar. No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We don't want to be good liars, so thank you for being a horrible liar. And that just shows me that, obviously on the test when they're asking,
Thank you for being a horrible liar.
If you're lying to that, it's going to be even 10 times more amplified. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much, more than you know. So that was awesome. And the coolest thing about this is right now,
this is
there's only
awesome.
one person in this room that knows what the truth is. And in about 5 minutes, there's going to be 2 of us. So that's the coolest part. Okay.
I love the coolest part. And look at his face when she says this. In about 5 minutes, there's going to be 2 of us. The coolest thing is only one person in this room.
This is right now, there's only one person in this room that knows what the truth is. And in about 5 minutes, there's going to be 2 of us. So that's the coolest part. Okay. And then I can go share that with them out there.
Okay.
All right. You ready?
Do it.
Let's do it.
Test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you understand I will only ask you the questions we have discussed?
Yes.
Regarding Shanann's disappearance, do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about?
No.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Before 2018, have you ever wanted to hurt someone to get even with them?
No.
Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
This portion of the test is complete. Please remain still while I take the instrument out of operation. All right, how'd you feel? Same as all of it?
I think it was the same through everything.
For ya. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Isn't this exactly what Chris just told us happens? He's watching videos of his girls, y'all. So that's kind of how it goes there in this one. It's a good comparison. It's a good example.
Part of it, didn't I?
Here's where they break the news. Yeah, when he said that final no, Erica. Woo!
So I brought Graham in here because we want to talk to you about the results, okay?
Sure.
So it is completely clear that you were not honest during the testing, and I think you already know that. You did not pass the polygraph test.
Okay.
Okay. So now we need to talk about what actually
He's hugging
happened.
himself.
I feel like you're probably ready to do that.
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise. Chris, I know. Stop. It's time.
He says stop. It's time.
Just stop for a minute. Take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath right now.
So, yeah, very interesting. Back to Proudfoot. Let's rewind just a minute of this mess. Okay.
That's their business. That's, here nor there. If you're an honest person and you go in and you take your test, you should have no problems, regardless. No problems whatsoever.
That's true. That is true.
I will say this much. I think Brissett screwed up because he knew he had a polygraph to take. Now, whether or not he got any good sleep that night, I don't know. But,
So do you recall when they told Chris to go home and get rest? Remember he was there the day before and he was being talked to and questioned and interrogated. And then he went home. They said, go get a good night's nights and come in the morning. And they started at 9 a.m. And when you see that thing conclude, it's 4 p.m.
I'm not there to speak on his behalf. His first one was inconclusive because he fell asleep. So, is what it is.
Well, and he talked about before that about him being on gabapentin and all that. And I know, like gabapentin on me, I fall asleep with that. I've had it before, and that would put me right to sleep. They always told me that it doesn't make you sleepy, but it made me sleepy.
Yeah.
Medication is different for every single soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's interesting though, see how like Chris doesn't throw Seth under the bus right there. Easily could just say
Thank
something
you,
like,
Sherry.
Right.
"Oh yeah, Jesus, why the hell is he falling asleep? Holy crap, man! One of the most important things he's done all year, and there he is falling asleep." Instead, I mean, that's the thing. What I've noticed the whole time is that they were always nice to Seth until, and even after.
Your eyes open, breathe normal.
Okay, wait. This is where he goes over what we just watched. Listen.
Simple.
I think of the word polygraph.
Listen.
And I instantly get sweaty and my tongue gets thick and my heart
Her
starts
tongue
to race.
gets thick?
So I has the opposite effect of wanting to go to sleep.
Well, most of the time, people
it's
just close
actually
their
very.
eyes.
Have you taken a polygraph?
Have you taken a
No,
polygraph?
honey, I have so much anxiety that there's no way I would automatically fail it just walking in the room.
Actually, no, you wouldn't. Because so a polygraph test is not something you walk in, you sit down, you do, and you're out the door in 10 minutes. That's not even remotely close. It is a 3 to 4 hour process.
Tell
to
us
take a
how
polygraph
Watts
test.
had it done, Chris. Tell us.
Exactly.
Yeah, that in and
So-
of itself, that's not going to work for me.
Tell us.
It would, because the way they do it. So you're freaking out, you're nervous. Oh my God, well, palms, your knees are weak, your palms are sweaty. Here we go, Eminem. Anyways,
Mom spaghetti, yeah.
Yeah, but you go in and you sit down and you'll meet the polygrapher, the prolificer. You sit down in a room.
Polygrapher.
There's no windows in the room. Okay, you sit down, you have a conversation with a guy, and it lasts for a while. He's basically, they're getting you to calm down and relax. You're getting to know him, he's getting to know you, vice versa. Trying to see what kind of person you are. So you calm down, and once that portion's done, then you kind of take a break, go get your drink water, go to the bathroom, whatever. Then you go back in, and you kind of relax, and at this point you're not nervous. You're not. He's already explained everything to you. You've talked. You're relaxed. Then they're going to go into the paperwork aspect of it. Then there's a questionnaire and all kinds of stuff, and that you sign and whatnot. Well, after that's done, then he'll go through the process of explaining to you the objects that are on the table. Keep in mind, the polygraph is a process. The lie detector is you, not the machine. Those are just instruments. You are the actual lie detector. So, you sit down in a chair and you get comfortable and you're talking, and he goes through the process and he hooks you up to all these gadgets. Then you sit down and keep in mind, before you even sit down to do this, you already know what the questions are going to be asked. You go over them. He reads you exactly how they're going to be worded
Well,
to
yeah,
you.
because you would have to have a baseline to know whether you're lying or not.
Well, the baseline is simple. They do that with a little process. So imagine a piece of paper in front of you, and let's write the numbers 1 through 6 on it. Okay. Well, there's a blank spot on number 3, but I've already provided you with 1, 2, 4, and 5 on a piece of paper. I give you the piece of paper and a pen, and you write the number 3 down. And then when we get to that number, I'm gonna ask you, did you write number 1, 2, 3, 4?
Oh, right,
I'm gonna ask you that.
right.
There's where your baseline's coming in. Okay. So when you get to 3, did you write the number 3? You answer no. So you're lying.
Number 3.
That's how they establish your baseline.
Unbelievable.
That makes sense.
They tell you to answer no. They tell you to say no to this.
Yes. Yes.
But are
they
you nervous when you say no though? Like when you?
Oh, I told the guy. I said, "Man, I hate lying." I told him before. I said, "Man, I hate lying." But he was like, I want you to write the word lie out beside it."
He said to the polygrapher, "I hate lying."
And I said, "Okay." So I go through the process and I do it. But all the questions, you get them read to you. And if there's a question you do not like, you don't like the way it's worded, cool. You sit down and you can change it.
What? Do you hear this shit? You could. Okay.
It is an open book cheat test. I kid you not. It's that easy.
Oh, Jesus, God, you just shouldn't have said that.
But it is.
I'm of two minds. Like I'm
No,
over here.
what you meant to say was, man, this is the most freaky thing in the
Oh, yeah.
world, and it's hard to this, man.
Brain surgery is easier than this. I mean,
Oh, it's
But-
easy to pass if you're telling the truth.
exactly. It truly is. But you get all those questions to you, and then you sit down, You know, after he's hooked you up to everything, you're sitting there and he starts the test.
But here's the thing: if they make you lie on something that's so mundane to get the base, I guess it's kind of like, I mean, is that really? So that's an easy lie to tell, so it's not making you nervous. But when they start asking you questions related to like, hey, were you involved somehow? Do you get more nervous on those types, or like?
No, your body naturally will tell on you because all the gadgets they have you hooked up to.
So yeah, a man who cheats on his wife hates lying. An open book cheat test. Yeah, nice wording. Mm-hmm.
The seat that you're sitting in, it will detect if you shift your weight. It detects blood pressure.
It detects if you shift your weight. And I don't know, that's probably true because remember they told Chris he even had to slow down his breathing. So when you're hooked up to the gadgets, you can't move. How do you fall asleep when you're hooked up to those things?
Breathing.
Heart rate, stuff like that.
Heart rate. The blood flow through your capillaries, through the tips of your fingers, sweat glands. I mean, it puts all of this into play. But you're not really nervous. You're not. And when you sit down and you're in this room and you're looking at a wall, a white wall, that's all you're looking at. You don't move. You just sit there.
Psychopathy.
Do you know how hard it is for me to sit still?
Well, see, but now you're asking how he could fall asleep, and it's simple. Because you're sitting there staring at a white wall, you can't close your eyes. Because they need to know that you're not having some form of deception whatsoever. By closing your eyes, you can actually be trying to decept the machine or decept the test.
Okay.
So you don't close your eyes. You stand. They tell you to look at the wall, keep your eyes open, breathe normal. Your answers to your questions are either just be yes or no. That is it. That's it. And then you have to go through it 3 times for it to be a true polygraph. No more than 5, but no less than 3. And then after it's over with, he'll say, okay, I'm going to have you step out. I'm going to score your sheet, and then I'll call you back in. So, you step out 15, 20 minutes, whatever. They call you back in, sit you back down and said, okay, you did a great job. I appreciate you working and doing everything we asked you to do. The results of your polygraph are
exactly
boom.
surrender.
They tell you right there on the spot. On the spot, you get them.
What's kind of interesting is like this one, I don't know if it was some kind of a Indian tribe. They had their own polygraph thing. So they would, if somebody stole something in the
Oh my God.
community, they would say, all right, line up. And they put a knife in.
Okay, we're going to skip that because we heard that.
Told me that it doesn't make you sleepy, but it made me sleepy.
We're almost done with this one. Then we're going to move on to Tik Tok Tony, who does a complete 180. He's like in complete LE mode. It is weird.
Shows what kind of man you are. To people like me who have some common sense and look at everything with an open mind.
There's one big thing, no matter what, that Seth knows, I know, and Katie know. We know the truth. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's no point, purpose of sitting here throwing shade at one another. For what? What's it going to do?
So all 3 of them know the truth. So why would they throw shade at one another? Think about it. Thank you so much for your super chat, Serenity. She says, I have been advised not to answer that. Can you give me a different question? Let's reword that question, Mr. TBI. All 3 of us know the truth. What's the truth? This is how he sums it up.
Shows what kind of man you are. To people like me who have some common sense and look at everything with an open mind.
There's one big thing, no matter what, that Seth knows, I know, and Katie know.
Okay. There's one thing.
I want this to be crystal clear.
Here we go.
We know the truth. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's no point, purpose of sitting here throwing shade at one another. For what? What's it going to do? What's it solving? Nothing. It was just not one step closer to finding Sebastian. Because with as much stuff has been thrown, this case would have been over weeks ago if that was the case.
Right.
What?
Yeah, you'd think some shit would stick eventually.
What?
You know?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the whole part when he threw out the stuff about like you guys allowed Sebastian to be like attacked by some other person. And that was the thing that was like, it was absolutely crazy. And then right after that, he said, I just didn't think it was my place to take a child from a mother. But it's like, even in a situation like that, when you're the mother's allowing, so a lot of stuff doesn't
Alleged,
make
by the
sense.
way,
Right,
alleged.
yeah, totally alleged, right?
Right.
So he says those things, but he thought, so even though he believed or alleged that his son was allowed to be attacked by some other kid at the home, he didn't think it was his place to take a child from a mother. But isn't that the one time where it would be okay?
Actually, there's many times to take a child from a parent, regardless
Sure,
of
but that's a huge
how the situation
time,
falls.
right?
That right there,
Yeah.
what we all know, which I don't really care to go back down that road, but what we all know from what he has said, no, that was not a good thing.
He doesn't care to go down that road. Thank you, Jess, for 5 memberships, guys. Welcome in the 5 new members. Welcome in.
And that would have been every reason for a parent to lose their child if the allegations were proven to be found by CPS or a judge or a lawyer. In this case, it was not. Unfortunately, he's a grieving father. He's upset. He truly is. And there are different ways to handle those things, and I think he is struggling to actually get all of this drawn into one spot and be able to emotionally handle it. I would say this to him, I really wished he would go and talk to somebody.
Like a counselor or something like that.
Yeah.
Counselor, a priest, a pastor, somebody that'll keep confidentiality and let him talk and know that it's a safe space to help him start to process through those emotions.
Anybody but YouTubers and the merry band of idiots he's got around him right now.
Yeah, that's what
So Chris Proudfoot wants Seth to seek out counseling.
I always thought that was really dumb for him to keep going on all these places, to just keep, like, their income stream comes in from ginning up as much controversy and just sort of wild conversations as possible.
Hi,
and so that's all they were just using him for that,
What?
The worst part is, and I would tell this to every single creator out there, I would watch everybody's show if it was not the way they make it. If they were to go back and show some true compassion, some unbiased content, not a blame game, not a, well, this and that and that and this, like, no. At some point, this is your show. You need to control the things that are being said. Because if you don't, you're no better than they are. You truly aren't. It's, I don't know. I just, my statement, I still stay true to. If people would go back and look at why did they start their shows? Why? Was it compassion because you wanted to help, because you actually wanted to do some good? If people went back to the basics, I think all of their shows could be equally as impressive as just as anybody else's.
Yeah, it just doesn't really. I mean, I get what you're saying. I try to be like that. Like, I do thousands of different cases, and since I've been doing this, not just one over and over again. But what happens when there's a case like this that's big?
Oh, shut up, Gray. For the love of what's holy.
It's become sort of like a stream that's filled with gold, and somebody puts down their sleuth box there, and man, look at this. I'm getting all these people coming by because I'm doing this. And they just keep doing it now. Because in your case, guess what? There has been no new information for months now.
Correct.
He vanished. Wherever he went. We don't know, but there's been no new information. So these people kept sleuthing from the stream of gold by creating, content, by pretending that there was this huge issue. All it was like wrestling, you against Seth, the Proudfoots against Seth, back and forth, creating all this drama, and that's the content, not anything to do with where the hell Sebastian is, right? I mean, it's really frustrating. So the thing is, I don't cover the case very often now because there really isn't.
No one cares.
That stuff that we did when we talked on the phone, that cool overlay shit, that stuff's important because it debunked.
Oh, the cool overlay shit we did when we were on the phone together, Chris.
The crazy lunatics talking about that was a satellite image and things are moving around. It's just,
The crazy lunatics.
that's all I can do is factual stuff, and I speculate on facts, and that's about it. But this case has almost nothing to work with to continue, for me anyways, on my channel to do content other than saying, hey, still missing. You get what I'm saying? Though? There really isn't.
I mean, and I completely understand. I understand why content creators do what they do. I see it a lot differently, just because I don't know. I don't strive to find the evil or the negative in people. I don't care to. It's not my goal in life.
Mr. Positivity.
If I had a creator show, I wouldn't mind teaming up with other people. But my only problem is once you start down that negative road, I have no desire to want to be a part of that. Like, that's just not me. I want families to become.
He's talking about being a creator and teaming up with others. Mr. Proudfoot, the team player.
Wake up.
Comfortable to come and want to talk and have a very safe, open platform. And there are very few platforms that offer that. And don't get me wrong, I know there's a lot more out there that we have not even scratched the surface on. But at the same time, there's so much negative that it draws people away from it. It truly does.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm one of those people. Yeah. I tried to get you to come on my show because I'm.
Yeah, I mean, so people haven't figured this out. When I come on a show, it's nothing is ever planned. I'm gonna tell you right now. If I come on a show, if I call you up, it's never planned. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be on your show tonight.
You just popped up and just popped in.
I don't, and that's kind of like, I guess, a bad thing for me, because one, I don't know when people's shows are going on. I don't, because I'm sorry, it's nothing against anybody, but I don't sit down and follow every single show out there. There are some other shows out there that somebody's kind of pointed to or enlightened me to in certain directions, which I need to go hear them because I'm interested. But points of view, I think, are a little bit important, because I'd like to know where everybody stands, how they think about things. Even on some of these negative things that they've said, it kind of gives you a different perspective to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like I said, everybody has an opinion.
So he's watching and learning, basically.
And I have to respect those. And there might.
I think you got disconnected.
Well, say what the hell just happened?
Nope, we lost him.
Does he come back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have.
Does he come back?
Level and start an argument.
Oh, he does. Hold on. He comes back. They all had a conniption. Did you hear him? Oh, he's gone.
As much controversy and just sort of wild conversations as possible. And so that's all, they were just using him for that,
The worst part is, and I would tell this to every single creator out there, I would watch everybody's show if it was not the way they make it. If they were to go back and show some true compassion, some unbiased content, not a blame game, not a
act the way, in other words, act the way he wants us to and believe his bullshit.
No, at some point, this is your show. You need to control the things that are being said, because if you don't, you're no better than they are. You truly aren't. It's I don't know. My statement I still stay true to. If people would go back,
did they do it?
Why did they start their shows?
Mohawk.
Why? Was it compassion because you wanted to help, because you actually wanted to do some good? If people went back to the basics, I think all of their shows could be equally as impressive as just as anybody else's.
Yeah, it just doesn't really. I mean, I get what you're saying. I try to be like that. Like, I do thousands of different cases, and since I've been doing this, not just.
But I'm better than them.
But what happens when there's a case like
Chris,
this?
I'm better than them.
It's become sort of like a stream that's filled with gold, and somebody puts down their sleuth box there, and man, look at this! I'm getting all these people coming by because I'm doing this, and they just keep doing it now. Because in your case, guess what? There has been no new information for months now.
Correct.
He vanished. Wherever he went, he went. We don't know. But there's been no new information. So these people kept sleuthing from the stream of gold by creating, content, by pretending that there was this huge issue. All it was like wrestling. You against Seth, the Proudfoot against Seth, back and forth, creating all this drama, and that's the content, not anything to do with where the hell Sebastian is, right? I mean, it's really frustrating. So the thing is, I don't cover the case very often now because there really isn't. I mean, that stuff that we did when we talked on the phone, that cool overlay shit, that stuff's important because it debunked the crazy lunatics talking about that was a satellite image and things are moving around. It's just, that's all I can do is factual stuff, and I speculate on facts, and that's about it. But this case has almost nothing to work with to continue, for me anyways, on my channel to do content other than saying, hey, still missing. You get what I'm saying? Though? There really isn't.
I mean, and I completely understand. I understand why content creators do what they do. I see it a lot differently, just because I don't know. I don't strive to find the evil or the negative in people. I don't care to. It's not my goal in life. You know, if I had a creator show, I wouldn't mind teaming up with other people. But my only problem is once you start down that negative road, I have no desire to want to be a part of that. Like, that's just not me. I want families to be comfortable to come and want to talk and have a very safe, open platform. And there are very few platforms that offer that. And don't get me wrong, I know there's a lot more out there that we have not even scratched the surface on. But at the same time, there's so much negative that it draws people away from it. It truly does.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm one of those people. Yep. I tried to get you to come on my show because I'm.
Yeah, I mean, so people haven't figured this out.
Oh, and
when I come on the show,
he's all frustrated. I helped you with these fucking maps, dude. I got your fucking bullshit out there, and I'm still waiting for you to come on my show. See, and Chris Proudfoot's like, dude, I used your ass. I used your ass to make the fucking video, make it look like it was a trash truck, back me up, and I ain't coming on your show. You served my purpose. Gray, this is for you.
Wake up.
You've been punked and played. That's why he ain't coming on your panel. You think you're buds because you talked offline. Oh my goodness gracious. He tried to find someone who had a good reputation that would listen to his bullshit and put up his fake garbage truck scenario. Oh, Lord have mercy.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
There are very few platforms that offer that. And don't get me wrong, I know there's a lot more out there that we have not even scratched the surface on. But at the same time, there's so much negative that it draws people away from it. It truly does.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm one of those people. Yep. I tried to get you to come on my show because I'm.
Yeah, I mean,
And then Chris is like, but I don't want to come on your show, you douchebag. Listen to this again. Let's put it on normal speed because this is fucking hilarious. Here, you're about to hear Gray Hughes being played on a live stream by Chris Proudfoot.
So much negative that it draws people away from it. It truly does.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm one of those people.
Yep.
And I've tried to get you to come on my show because I'm.
Yeah, I mean, so people haven't figured this out. When I come on a show, it's nothing is ever planned. I'm gonna tell you right now. If I come on your show, if I call you up, it's never planned.
Gray, you are so thirsty for Chris Proudfoot and those clicks. Those clicks.
Sit down, bitch, sit down. There was a lot of leakage.
And I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be on your show tonight.
You just popped up and just popped in.
I don't, and that's kind of like, I guess, a bad thing for me because one, I don't know when people's shows are going on.
Here's the excuses.
I don't, because I'm sorry, it's nothing against you.
Gray's like, oh well, dude, I can send you my schedule. I'm on a schedule every week. I go live the same time every night.
But I don't sit down and follow every single show out there. There are some other shows out there that, you know, somebody's kind of pointed to or enlightened me to in certain directions, which I need to go hear them because I'm interested. But points of view, I think, are a little bit important because I'd like to know where everybody stands, how they think about things. You know, even on some of these negative things that they've said, you know, it kind of gives you a different perspective to consider. Because, like I said, everybody has an opinion, and I have to respect those. You know, and there might.
Okay, that's when he drops. He comes back, though.
Well, say what the hell just happened?
Nope, we lost them.
Oh, my God, everybody freak out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last statement you made about cocaine. You have to respect opinions. I don't agree. I think you have to respect somebody's right to have an opinion.
Oh.
But you don't have to respect
his boy drops down and he starts correcting him. His boy made him look stupid So he starts correcting him. Y'all.
Bing bong.
Better.
You don't have to
Sounds
respect
better.
the opinion itself, right? I mean, some people have crazy opinions that you can't really respect. You know, that's the
You
thing.
bet.
My opinion. Anyway.
No one cares about your opinion, dude.
Looks like I see his name, not his image.
Did you make it back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Uh-huh. That was just commenting on your comment. I think people, you're not required to respect somebody's opinion. You're required to, I believe, respect their right to have one, and they can state their opinion. But you're not required to respect an opinion that is absolutely, that means you'd have to respect like racists or like pedophiles, and they're saying all these things. Oh yeah, I respect your opinion. I mean, I can't do it.
I didn't say no. So here's the thing:
Oh,
respecting an
here we go.
opinion and respecting a person is two totally different things.
Hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Two totally different things. Just because you say something doesn't mean I have to respect you.
Right.
That's
But what
you as a
about giving
person.
the opinion? Well, like, let's say I have an opinion that's so ludicrous, I wouldn't think that you would have to respect that opinion.
Yeah.
Why not?
No, because what if let's say there was some like a crazy, I don't know, like a racist talking about, I mean, I'm not going to say, but let's just say they started going off on all this racist stuff, and that's their opinion. I'm not going to respect it, and I wouldn't respect them as well at the same time, because.
But here's the thing: do you drop to their level and start an argument, or get wrapped up into something that you know that you don't need to be wrapped up in, but you can simply just say this to people: is, you know what, you might be right, and end the conversation.
Or
give
some
them
people say agree to disagree, that kind of thing.
Exactly, but you give them their opinion are stated. Not one time did you say I agree with your opinion. I respect your opinion. Doesn't mean I agree with you. Doesn't mean I respect you. Doesn't mean that. It just means simply that. It is a polite way of keeping the conversation very in between, respectable at the same time. I have to find, like I said, I'm going to try to find the good in people regardless. If somebody has a situation, like, okay, there are some questionable individuals attached to certain folks right now.
Here we go. Tony talk.
It's not my job to go out here and start blasting them. It's not.
You're being a Karen.
All I can say is I will not be attached to questionable people.
Tik Tok Tony.
That is my statement. That's for me. That's not for anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if somebody tells me 1 + 1 is 3, I won't say I agree to disagree. I have to stay there until the last bit of mankind to make sure that they because like when something is true, like there's a truth, right? And somebody's out there and they're saying something that isn't true, and it factually
like the world is round and not flat.
Right. Those people that think the earth is flat, right?
Oh, now
I'm not going
Gray's trying to reconnect.
Hey, I respect your opinion, because there's nothing respectable about it. And the thing is, I can't.
Okay, Gray is really trying hard to reconnect with Chris, and it ain't there.
Stop.
Wait.
Uh-oh, here's the flat earther.
Hold on.
Oh, here we go. Oh,
Hold on, wait a second.
Oh,
we're
crap.
not just gonna fly on past that like you didn't say that. All right, we're gonna talk about it another time. But
you're not an actual flat earther.
I don't know.
Shit. Here it goes.
Oh God.
In the Bible it says the four corners of the earth, but I'm gonna leave it at that.
Jesus. There we go.
I tell you what I'm gonna respect is the fact that it's like 3 in the morning. I'm going to bed.
Oh shit! I know that's what Truth just said too. He's heading to bed.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Queen, for letting me come up on the panel, Chris.
Thank you.
And Katie, our thoughts for you and her, and also for Seth, obviously. And I do appreciate it. Thank you.
No, anytime, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm gonna hop off as well. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, ladies, for letting me jump on here and talk and ask my question.
All right. So now we have finished that stream. And for some reason, we did not see the part where Chris gave J is for Justice a shout out by saying that we put up and called the fake tip line. I don't remember where that was, but okay. We're going to switch gears. Oh yeah, they all ditched. They did. It got a little iffy there, huh? So weird, huh? Okay, so this one we're gonna move into Tony, and in my opinion, is doing a complete 180. Tony has, in my opinion, from what I saw, I didn't watch this whole thing yet. This went on last night on TikTok. Tony has gone from literal, and from what I saw, clown mode to like law enforcement mode. And it's weird. Why this sudden abrupt about face? The flyer he has up is correct. It no longer says the 25th and all that useless information. Everything is on the up and up. And he's in this stream and he's calm, cool, collected. And he uses law enforcement terminology at times. It's the weirdest about face. No, now it says to call 911 or 1-800-THE-LOST. And then it also has the Sumner County Emergency Communications. So let's listen to this. Props to Savage Live for catching this. So I went into, and Kayla Ray, yeah, I'm going to throw some shade your way today. I would never do this. But guess what? I went over there to watch this. And she blocked me. The host of this channel blocked me, or whatever the hell you call it. The host of these boxes blocked me. I entered the room. I didn't even say anything because on TikTok, they can tell when you've entered. It says, J is for Justice has entered the room because I refuse to make a fake TikTok. One TikTok is enough. So I go in there and I'm just sitting waiting to see what's going to happen because Tony wasn't even there yet. I just heard he was going to be. So I was just waiting. And she says, oh, this Kayla Ray gets her face right in her phone. She's like, yeah, no offense to certain creators, but, and then poof, I was gone. So much thanks to Savage for not getting blocked and getting this video for us. Here we go.
Chat real quick that Tony is a spokesperson. He's not in law enforcement. He's not going to be privy.
And he's not going to be privy to anything. He's not law enforcement. She's reassuring us that he's not law enforcement, even though he sounds like it. Why say that if he ain't? No one ever thought he was. Everybody's over here thinking he's a criminal, but she's over here saying, don't look here. He's not law enforcement. I don't know. It's a little strange. Okay.
A lot of the information that you guys are hoping to have.
I'm not privy to it.
Well, Tony, I was wondering this too. I know that we've heard there has been no forensics, only dogs, correct? From what you know?
From what I know, there was not a forensics team in the house at all.
He's got all this information.
And I can tell you why that is. As of right now, again, to get a search warrant, you got to have probable cause.
Okay, I have to explain what's going on here. Let me move these captions so you can see the boxes. This is a weirder shit. Okay. So down here at the very, very bottom, you have Delta. His name's Delta. And he says he's a criminal lawyer. He's very New York. You may think he sounds like maybe someone here from the Tubes. I'm not sure. Then you have in the box above him, they always have an open box. This dude named Shane hops in a box and he's like, law enforcement, canine, blah, blah, blah. So listen to this and then we will discuss.
Don't believe by them not doing that. They don't believe the crimes. If a crime was committed, they don't believe the house was the crime.
So
because you're gonna find whatever you find, you're gonna solve because he lived there. We got a little bit DNA here. Yeah, he lived there. Well, there's a little blood here. Yeah, he lived there.
So, I mean, that would kind of have to be planned to not get your house searched, to be like,
no.
He walked out.
No, because
if it was a kidnapping, they would have done forensics, right?
No, because they're going to look at when you do forensic. What are you looking for? What are you going to look for as far as forensic?
I mean, you understand. You understand, and I think what Delta's trying to say is anything you would find in that house, there would be plausible deniability because he was a resident of that house.
What they should do is do a forensic on the vehicle, the inside, because let me tell you, if you find whatever he was wearing that night, you find a speck of, you can't, no matter how much you try to clean the car, you're not going to get rid of all the forensic. You're not going to get rid of all the crimp little pieces of nylon that's there. You're going to find something.
Delta, do you think that they have checked almost like the car's forensic, or I can't even say forensic, like the digital footprints of the cars yet?
I can't say. I don't know what they investigated, what they did, and so.
Would they have to have a warrant for that?
Would they what?
Have to have a warrant for that?
Yes. That, or they could have probable cause.
Don't you think there would have been probable cause?
No, not if it's a run. Not if they're actively investigating a runaway. No. But if they want to search and they think it's foul play, then yeah, they would have to get a warrant for it.
But I will tell you that vehicle's information certainly tells a story.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm sure that's what they're focused on, is that vehicle.
The police have to know. I mean,
yeah, you gotta remember, that's the last thing that was caught on the ring cam, was the vehicle leaving that house. The scent of the dog, that's the last hit, was in that area, in the garage, the driveway.
Yep.
I mean, the mother holds the key to everything. Everything.
Oh, yeah. She has that puzzle piece that we need.
So what is he saying? The scent was in the driveway by the garage? You all think this is a law enforcement officer? Or do you think this is fake law enforcement? Like, what's going on here? All I know is it's getting hot in this room I'm in, y'all. The sun beams on this side of the house, and it is hot AF down here already.
But, I mean, that would have to take out the other probability of...
No, let me try to scan it.
You know, Chris being involved with moving the body. Or does it?
Right now, it doesn't matter. Even if mom did it, dad helped conceal the crime. I'm speculating, giving an example. I'm not saying it. This is what happened. Then, the dad would still be convicted or charged with at least an accessory or an accessory after the fact.
Stepdad.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I meant. The husband, the stepdad. Did I say dad?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A stepdad would be at least looking at those charges right there. It would be an accessory to the crime or an accessory after the fact. You knew but didn't report.
Okay, say hypothetically, there was a CPS report. And Katie and Chris were scared about Sebastian being questioned. So maybe someone they said we got to get rid of him or something.
Again, that's all speculation.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, again, yeah, you can.
Hmm?
We can come up with a lot of if scenarios, but it's
I'm
facts
saying
that
we
are
could be mom or
here.
dad.
That's what we got to look at.
And we can play armchair quarterback as to how they handled the investigation. I've got some opinions on that. I know Seth does as well. But let me give you Delta. Have you followed Caleb Harris's case at all?
I have not.
Oh,
So you guys that have
y'all, this made me sick. Okay. I did not follow Caleb Harris's case close at all. I learned more about it since Tony started doing this with Sebastian's. Caleb Harris disappeared in the middle of the night, barefooted, like a week after Sebastian went missing. Tony was already working with Caleb's dad and family, allegedly the whole family, I guess. But he fucking throws this whole thing under the bus. He says that it's no big deal. But what he's saying is so fucking weird, guys. He says that Caleb's dad told the roomies to clean Caleb's room before his mama got there. And then he also says that grandma cleaned the whole apartment. What the hell? I mean, I didn't follow it close, but I never heard that shit. So what is going on here, y'all?
have followed his case, he goes missing. He left the apartment on his own. He goes missing. They come down. The law enforcement comes to the apartment, and you have, before they even get there, you've got roommates cleaning things up as per the father's request. You've got a grandma in there cleaning the whole apartment. Law enforcement walking around, neighbors walking around.
Wait, what? The hell? Have you, okay, you followed, Doodles, you followed this. Have you ever heard this? Per the father. So before the cops got there, the father said clean. January 17th. Oh my God. Thank you, Potato.
And you have, before they even get there, you've got roommates cleaning things up as per the father's request.
Was it drugs? Does he not want his mom to know that he was doing something?
You've got a grandma in there cleaning the whole apartment. Law enforcement walking around, neighbors walking around, and, you know, very careful not to call that a crime scene, but at very least it was a scene. And, you know, my opinion, knowing every ounce of information on that case, is that that scene should have been secured. That
you contaminated it.
Yeah, you bring everybody out of there. I mean, we got a neighbor in there that didn't even know the roommates, that's walking around in there taking pictures of stuff and putting them on social media. And that whole, and nobody did anything with malicious intent. You know, Caleb's room wasn't quite, you know.
Now, hey, Tony, can I ask you a question? And you don't.
He cut him off. Caleb's room wasn't quite what? I don't know, Merge. Oh my God, it was January 2nd and the 17th was the response. That video that says Sebastian Rogers and it is underneath something is the 16th of January. Dude, I asked him if he was still the PR person for Caleb's dad. He said he is the spokesperson, not PR. Then later he was the project manager on Caleb's case. Why would people be taking pictures of what? I don't even know this case. So I don't freaking know. Like I said, I only heard of Caleb's case because of Sebastian's case.
Have to answer it, okay?
Sure.
Does Seth have a attorney on retainer?
He does.
Okay.
Seth has an attorney on retainer? Is that what he got that GoFundMe for, y'all?
Not right now, man.
Oh my God.
I am here to help you learn.
Shut up, Amica.
Seth has an attorney on retainer. What kind of attorney? A family law attorney or a criminal defense attorney? Well, listen to that part again. I mean, I don't, like I said, I didn't follow Caleb's case. So as far as I knew, I didn't know if this was new information or if people knew this since the beginning. And you guys are saying you haven't heard it. I wouldn't have known that.
He goes missing. He left the apartment on his own. He goes missing. They come down. The law enforcement comes to the apartment, and you have, before they even get there, you've got roommates cleaning things up as per the father's request. You've got a grandma in there cleaning the whole apartment. Law enforcement walking around, neighbors walking around, and, you know, very careful not to call that a crime scene, but at very least it was a scene. And, you know, my opinion, knowing every ounce of information on that case, is that that scene should have been secured. That
you contaminated it.
Yeah, you bring everybody out of there. I mean, we got a neighbor in there that didn't even know the roommates, that's walking around in there taking pictures of stuff and putting them on social media. And that whole, and nobody did anything with malicious intent. You know, Caleb's room wasn't quite, you know.
Now, hey, Tony, can I ask you a question? And you don't have to answer it, okay?
Sure.
Does Seth have a attorney on retainer?
He does.
Okay. I kind of figured he would. I kind of figured he would.
So you got the dad that asked the roommates, "Hey, go tidy up his room before his mama gets down here." You know, nothing nefarious. You got a grandma of one of the roommates. The roommate's just distraught. The roommates had nothing to do with anything. So she's in there trying to be a good grandma, and she's wiping everything down, cleaning everything up. All this is going on, and the scene was never processed.
He wants you to have distrust in law
it does
enforcement.
happen.
Yeah, that's crazy. I know my grandma stress cleans.
Yeah, she was definitely stress cleaning.
Why would they allow so many people in and out?
Did you hear how he said that? She was definitely stress cleaning.
Well, I mean, you know, they made some determination early on that evidently they didn't need to secure that scene. But, you know, I've said from day one in both cases, you don't know what you don't know. So I would like to see in every situation that they err on the side of caution and go ahead and clear everybody out of there and preserve the scene.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That would be common sense, you would think. For cops.
At least as far as we're sitting here armchair quarterbacking. Yes,
Right.
I love
I
your
don't-
feet, by the way, Kayla.
Huh?
I
On my
love your
feet? That's all you get. My feet.
And yeah, you know, the only reason I asked that, Tony, was because somebody was asking me is, well, if somebody's innocent in this case, would you still get an attorney? And I said, absolutely.
There's no way I'd go through any difficult situation in life, even if it just involved money, without an attorney.
Absolutely.
Hmm. Well, yeah, I was making comments earlier on what Seth should do, and I know he's hearing it from everybody, but I would think pre-recorded videos from now on would be. I mean, I think it would appease everyone. He doesn't even have to do that. I mean, but just appease everyone. Like if when he's out there searching, be like, self-record and be like, "I'm out here searching for Sebastian, day whatever."
Yeah, as an attorney, I wouldn't recommend that.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
Maybe at the dinner kitchen table, like, hey, just checking in. I'm doing okay. Nothing new to report. Stay
But
blessed.
again, I'm different. It all depends on what his attorney's advising him to do.
Well, true.
Well,
Well, and-
pre-recorded will
I
be
just-
better than live either way.
Anything to keep the media off his back.
Well, look.
Wait a
I
minute.
mean,
Wait a minute.
You guys know better than anybody.
Why would Seth want to keep media off his back? You want the media to be your best friend. You want the media to do a blurb about your son every night.
Anybody. This case has been messy, and he does not. Seth is not one that likes to be in front of a camera. Generally, when he gets in front of a camera, it's because we have a very well planned pre-recorded interview, or he's frustrated with something that he wants to clear up. Now, I will say that we have got a YouTube channel that we are going to start pushing people to, and we are going to do a show on that channel once a week, and we're going to take questions, and we're going to take kind words, and we're going to talk about Sebastian, and it's going to be the type of format where I'm presenting him with those questions and allowing him to talk to the public and answer some of those questions. And we may even create a format where we've got another guest on the show with us, but he is going to be addressing the public once a week on his own channel.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
With filtered questions, right?
Very filtered questions. Yes.
I still love that. Yeah, that would be all you would need.
Why does he need his questions very filtered? Why would he need his questions very filtered? Ganja, smoke them if you got them.
And we do have, just so you guys know, we've got the Ashley Banfield show that we're nailing down. We've got Fox and Friends that we're working on getting a date and time on. But I will tell you, for all of you guys that are Bullhorn Betty fans like I am, we are going to be on with Bullhorn Betty on her
Thursday.
live on YouTube Thursday night at 7 o'clock.
Right on. I love
Have you
Bullhorn
thought-
Betty.
Have you thought about a show featuring Caleb Harris's dad and Seth?
Yeah, I think when we create the right platform, I think that it would be great to have Randy on the channel that we set up, because Randy's not going to set up his own YouTube channel. That's just not his personality.
Yeah.
But I think if we could get several thousand subscribers and we can create a decent platform and an audience, I think it'd be a great idea to have both of those guys on.
Yeah. Two dads going through the same thing. I mean, just talking. I think that would be just talking about their children. That would be hit so many hearts, and just hopefully want people to help more. You know what I mean? Help search,
Well, right.
get his name out more.
Because there's some
Both of their
people that are involved in the Sebastian case that have never heard of Caleb Harris and vice versa.
Yeah, Identity. I am not the PR person for Caleb. I am the spokesperson for his family. But I will tell you guys that we are on a three-way text, Seth and Randy Harris and myself, and those guys do exchange kind words back and forth on a regular basis.
That's
That's
wonderful.
awesome. Because no one knows what he's going through but him.
Right.
And Cajun has talked on the phone with me and Randy Harris, and I will tell you, he is a salt of the earth human.
Randy is salt of the earth.
We've just got to find a way to get these Amber Alerts out faster, for one, and to figure out what the heck's going on that our kids keep going missing for, two.
I mean, I can tell you that speaking to a friend of mine who is an officer, he's never heard of, Sebastian Rogers. And I was telling him about the case, and it's sad. I mean, it is.
I know I didn't hear about Caleb Harris until I heard about Tony.
Yeah, Caleb Harris is it's very odd because he went missing a week after that on a Sunday night and went missing in the middle of the night, and he was also barefooted. So you can imagine how eerily similar the cases are to.
Yeah, that is crazy. I didn't know that he was barefooted.
What month did he go missing in?
He went missing on March 4th.
So a month. Wait, I'm getting my dates mixed up. I gotta be.
One week to the day, essentially.
And have you seen Summer Wells' case?
No, quite frankly, I've only followed a couple of these cases. I followed the Gabby case, and I followed the Idaho 4 case, and that's really it.
Well, I know the Summer Wells case was Tennessee, around that area also, and she hasn't been found, but she was around 5.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the people that have been critical of law enforcement, it's because that, you had Summer Wells, you had Riley Strain, then you have Sebastian, and the public really doesn't feel like they've got true answers in any of the 3 cases. So, it's natural for people to start being critical, but, I just believe you have to let them do their job. I truly do. And I know I've put pressure on them to communicate with Seth, but one thing I've never done is question whether they're good at their job or not.
Yeah, I spoke on that, and I try to tell people, look, it's much easier to gather evidence. The time it takes is actually processing the evidence, because remember, not every evidence that they process do they have the lab there. They might have to send that to another state or even to the FBI to analyze.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And here's the other thing, is that we hear people throwing things out like, let's just say, for instance, we're talking about Caleb's case. The FBI is involved. The Secret Service is involved. The U.S. Marshals, the Texas Rangers, all of those types of things. Well, Delta can tell you that in these cases like this, you'll have the full force of the local law enforcement agency, and then you'll generally have a representative from each of those other agencies that make up the investigation team. And that representative, let's say the FBI representative, the U.S. Marshals representative, that kind of thing, they'll have meetings every week and they'll cuss and discuss. But what that doesn't mean is they've got a whole FBI team, whole Secret Service team. It means they have one representative so that they have the resources of those agencies.
Correct. Yeah, and I think I mentioned that earlier, that the only way an FBI can get involved, say in this case right here, they would have to have the state tell them, hey, we're in a jam here. We need your help. We need you to take this over. The FBI cannot just take it over.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And You know, I think I told Seth early on, I said, you know, the change.org petition, when he wasn't getting communication from them, I said, it's admirable, but it's not effective. It's just not the way it works.
Right.
That was just the local one.
Hey, Debbie, if you believe that, I can think of something I can sell you too. No offense, but he got an attorney so he could get the CPS records. Let's think about that. Let's think about that. He got the CPS records and they're redacted. Do you still think he has a lawyer to get CPS records? Or do you think that those records may be redacted because he may be listed in them as doing something? Maybe he needed an attorney to back up those. What's in those records? I'm not sure. I mean, just purely speculation, of course. Right? You never know.
McNo.
Law enforcement know, hey, you know, this is what we the people would like to see you do.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. But, you know, as Delta can tell you, it's a slippery slope. You want to push them hard enough to get them to communicate with the father, but you don't want them thinking that you don't believe that they can do their job. It's a fine line.
Right.
Correct.
Well, I was bringing up how many cases has the law enforcement in that area done before, experience-wise? Like, are they just
Well, you got to
caught in
remember,
the dark?
you know, that's the question I wanted to answer. I never got to. Just because you're labeled FBI doesn't mean you're more experienced than a law enforcement. A law enforcement officer could have more experience on the job than an FBI guy. But remember, these are just titles. Just because you're an FBI agent doesn't make you more experienced.
No, I just meant the regular sheriff's department, or like whoever got the case.
Yeah, so, you know, I'll give you an example of what Delta's saying is that, you know, I have a son that those of you that are close to me know that I have a son that just graduated, and he has a psychology degree and a communications degree, and I have friends that are FBI, retired FBI, that are helping him get into that sector, let's say. Well, let's say, and they do have programs where they hire these sharp kids right out of college with college degrees in certain things. And he's looking at more, you know, behavioral analysis type stuff or whatever. So long story short, if my son were to get hired and he would be the liaison on a case like this.
Liaison?
Well, to Delta's point, you may have a
liaison. Let me liaison down. It's liaison.
20-year detective in local law enforcement. And yeah, you know, my son would be the guy that was with the FBI that we could say, well, the FBI is involved. But the truth is that my son's wet behind the ears, and you got a 20-year detective that has investigated hundreds of these cases. Who would you want in charge?
Yeah, the one with experience.
Right.
Yeah, this is.
Go ahead, Doctor.
No, I was going to say, yeah, this like exactly what he said. It's, you know, you want the most experienced on there to take care of this case. And again, you don't want stuff. You don't want stuff if somebody say it does become a criminal investigation and there's people being charged. You want as much evidence as possible to present in court. You don't want attorneys like me having stuff thrown out.
Yeah, I mean, you start making mistakes, and you make Delta's job in his previous life very easy. And
absolutely,
call Robin something about law enforcement listens to all social media platforms. You're exactly right. A lot of these law enforcement officers, they're following Sebastian's account. which is why we don't say anything that's going to mess up the investigation. We don't say anything that's going to look bad as far as Seth goes. But we also can use these platforms when we'd like a little more communication. We can use these platforms to deliver that message in a professional way, and it is effective.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's like you said, we've always said, you never know who's listening, who's watching.
100%.
I'm glad Seth doesn't go live while he's searching and doesn't allow the people to do that.
You know what, Tony? I'm gonna follow you. Okay.
Appreciate you, buddy. You're welcome to come up anytime I do a live.
Yep, I got you.
And I'm gonna follow you back, buddy.
All right.
Casey, I don't know what you want me to say to that question. You know, you guys, if, I try to come in these chats and give people a chance to get to know me, judge me based on what they see and what their experience is. And I just can't control what people say or do. I can just control what I do.
I was going to say the other day we were questioning Tony, and he came in here with Cajun as his representative, but he was in here and he just told us like it was, basically. And he was brave enough to do that, and he didn't have to do that.
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean?
He didn't know anybody anything.
Exactly. He's not gaining anything from this.
Let's see, missing persons. I'm trying to find your question, the video on it. Oh, you know, I'll address that. Absolutely. There's a video going around that was supposedly created on a YouTube account by somebody named Sebastian Rogers. I will tell you that Seth just said on T-Rev's show that is not his son. It's not his voice. It's
okay. No, he didn't say that on T-Rev's show at all. He didn't stick around long enough to watch T-Rev play the video of Sebastian. Hold on. Why would he say that? That isn't what happened. That isn't what happened. Let's replay this. Deep Dive Tuesday.
Have connected
He did not say that. Hold on.
stuff. Let me get this over to Seth.
He says, "Send it to me, bud."
With Sebastian Seth. Let's dive into that. What can we do as a community to continue to support and push to fight to find Sebastian? Because I feel like the drama's gotten too crazy and we need to get refocused.
This drama is not helping find my son. People,
Exactly.
People need to understand that this is my son. I'm gonna do whatever I can to find my son. What I'd like people to do is join the Facebook page. There should be a post going out there so I can find out what people are, what states you're in.
I read that too. I read up on that. So there's promissory notes. Officers there, they join the community, they're hugging or talking to the father or mother or family members, and we're just not seeing that here in this case.
Where did he
I
say
feel like
that?
Law enforcement is.
Where did he say that's not my son, though? He didn't watch it, did he?
Just being very brief with everybody, as far even you guys, whether Chris, Katie, you, they're not. It
Where at?
just seems weird. It seems weird, and they're not out there doing.
We don't know
what's going
what
up to these visuals.
We don't know what they're doing, man. They're keeping that stuff close to the chest.
Is there a connection with CP and law enforcement that you know of?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I'm not in Suffolk County.
I keep getting that. There's people that keep they come to me and they show me this, and I try to make the connection, but I want to know where that connection is because there's an alleged connection there, but I haven't seen it as far as like a friend or anything like that.
I have no idea.
To be able to connect it fully. Since that's personal money orders, I see we need addressed. What do we need addressed? Awesome girl. What do we need addressed? They need a national. Yes. So I want to talk to you about that also. How can we get this thing national? Because I think statewide it needs to be bigger. Glad he came up. Becky 11 says Rogers page, which was January 16th of 2024. I don't know if you were aware of that video.
Okay, here we go. Right here.
Katie, they're not. It just seems weird. It seems weird, and they're not out there doing.
We don't know
what's
what
going
they're
up to these visuals.
We don't know what they're doing, man. They're keeping that stuff close to the chest.
Is there a connection with CP and law enforcement that you know of?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I'm not in Suffolk County.
I keep getting that there's people that keep they come to me and they show me this, and I try to make the connection, but I want to know where that connection is because there's a alleged connection there, but I haven't seen it as far as like a friend or anything like that.
I have no idea.
to be able to connect it fully.
No, he's
Send
not.
Seth's personal money orders. I see we need
Listen.
addressed. What do we need addressed? Awesome girl. What do we need addressed? They need a national. Yes. So I want to talk to you about that also. How can we get this thing national? Because I think statewide it needs to be bigger than that.
It's national. Like I said, there's a number in every state for a missing persons that is for their state. I need those numbers so that I can reach out to them and send emails. So I can
the other Sebastian Rogers YouTube where he's playing Call of Duty.
get him a picture of my son and get him the flyers so that they can sit there.
Well, this one, he doesn't even stick around long enough to watch this one.
So I can get it out there. Hey, I do love you all, Rev Gang, but I do have to go. I've got things I
He's
got to
talking
do.
about the other
I gotta
video.
get back
Okay,
to this map.
gotcha.
Do you think? Appreciate you coming up. I'm sure everybody else does too. Sebastian Strong. You said Seth Rogers. I think you need help with navigating Facebook. It will help alleviate some of the drama, and I will help with this as I have a son with autism, and I ran groups with over 100,000 members.
Seth, I have one more question for you before you go. Do you know of any possible YouTube channel that Sebastian has ever had with Call of Duty videos, or is that not him?
No, Sebastian only has one Gmail account that I've set up for him. And
I wanted to play this for his voice, just because Seth would know if this is his voice
two
or not.
videos.
Immediately.
Hold on.
He would be able to say yes or no. Here's a video that I came across that says Sebastian Rogers on it, and it's Call of Duty. It would be when he was like 7 or 8, if it was him.
And back then.
Where's the voice?
And enjoy the video.
I don't think it is, but where's he talking?
And leave a like and subscribe. Have a good day.
Is that not his voice?
No.
Okay, just making sure because it did say Sebastian Rogers on here. It said
He's like, no.
August 5th of 2015, and I don't know if you've seen that other video circulating either, which was on another Sebastian Rogers page, which was January 16th of 2024. I don't know if you were aware of that video, but there is, it's only 9 seconds, so I'll show you it real quick before you leave. You got to see this because I came across it. It's been sent to me all day long. Here it is, right.
Send it to me, Rev. I gotta go.
Go ahead.
He couldn't wait 9 seconds. He couldn't wait 9 seconds for T-Rev to play that video to see if it's his son. That doesn't speak volumes to y'all? I don't know what the fuck does, because that's weird.
It says Sebastian Rogers on it, and it's Call of Duty. It would be when he was like 7 or 8, if it was him.
And back then.
Where's the voice?
And enjoy the video.
I don't think it is, but where's he talking?
And leave a like and subscribe. Have a good day.
Is that not his voice?
No.
Okay, just making sure because it did say Sebastian Rogers on here. It said August 5th of 2015, and I don't know if you've seen that other video circulating either, which was on another Sebastian Rogers page, which was January 16th of 2024. I don't know if you were aware of that video, but there is, it's only 9 seconds, so I'll show you it real quick before you leave. You got to see this because I came across it. It's been sent to me all day long. Here it is, right.
Send it to me, Rev. I gotta go.
Go ahead.
All right.
I'll send it to you.
Now you got my number, right?
Yes, I do got it. I got it right here. The right one. All right, Bubba.
So he got a new phone because they still have his devices. Yeah, I got to go, he says. I can't wait 9 more seconds.
Up to you know.
Well, hey, so I have actually seen the video. I can't remember who the creator was.
Somebody says, I think you need help with navigating Facebook. No, he doesn't. Put a 1 if you think that Seth needs help navigating online. Put a 2 if you think he could navigate online just fine. Put a 1 if you think he needs assistance. Put a 2 if you think he can navigate online all by himself just fine.
Just not Sebastian's account.
Good to know.
No, hey Seth, can I ask you a question now? I know I
Tony, not Seth.
What's that?
Tony.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that what I said? Yeah, sorry.
You said Seth.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
All these
Let me
names
ask
I
you a
keep throwing
question.
at you.
I know. I know it's BS, but I just want to confirm with you because I have heard rumors also about Alaska.
You mean regarding the case?
Yeah.
You know,
No,
I've heard a
regarding
lot
your
of theories that
vacation.
involve trips to Alaska, motorhomes.
Right.
And at this point, all I can tell you is that I have not heard anything to substantiate any of that.
Yeah, that to me, that's the way I look at it. Unless there's facts, I don't take anything I don't take anything serious unless you show me facts.
Well, I think that was coming from the possible, but it hasn't been confirmed, sighting of CP's mom at the gas station.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I will tell you, you know, I had a good conversation with Stephen Crabtree today, who, you know, people think that we're battling back and forth or whatever, and we had
Okay, the last thing I saw, Stephen Crabtree said, I ain't part of Seth's team and I am not part of Tony's team.
hour-long great phone conversation. And, you know, one thing that law enforcement did not refute is that the witnesses at the Warsham's gas station there. And I don't know how significant that is, but, you know, there is some good information out there that's been out there for a while.
Well, I think that's where Alaska came in, is, you know, that Katie possibly met CP's mom at that gas station. Then they went on the trip to Alaska right afterwards.
Yeah, I've heard that. Casey, you're welcome to jump into a box if it's okay with Kayla. If you've got some questions you'd like to ask, or you'd just like to
Casey has a lot of questions, but guess what? She has to have so many followers to jump in a stupid box. So if you're not on TikTok with followers, you can't get up and voice your opinion. How convenient.
to know me better.
Yep, anybody's welcome. What I won't deal with, though, is drama and bashing.
If you want to come up here and settle it,
That's why she blocked me before I even said a word.
talk to him person to person, that's fine.
I'll tell you guys, I've had a couple of larger platform creators on this platform that have told me time and time again that they don't think that it's a good idea that I go on platforms where there's a smaller amount of followers. And I strongly disagreed with that, simply because I think some of the best discussions happen on platforms of this size.
Correct. I agree.
I agree with that, too.
Yeah, and I've said it before, and I guess that's before I knew who you were, is I wouldn't, and Kayla can back me up on this, and this is before I said I didn't know who you were. I would said, I don't think he should be commenting on these subjects, coming on social media. I think somebody else, whether it's an attorney or somebody, he shouldn't be on social media.
Yeah, I agree. Callie, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I mean, I'm very open to having a conversation if you want to jump in the box, but I'm not sure what you mean about the shadow that I'm casting on the case. I mean, I don't know how long you've been in this conversation, but we're simply talking about the case and whatnot. So if you want to come in a box and
I looked her up. She didn't have enough followers yet.
Oh, gotcha. I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, all I can do is be me and help my client, and I can't control what anybody thinks beyond that.
If there's a shadow being cast, that's because people are choosing to cast one. I've not seen anything since he's been up here to cast any kind of shadow other than, let's bring Sebastian home. Here's facts. Here's possibilities. Here's where we're going to be next on our interviews. Here's the situation. I don't see a shadow. So if you're seeing shadows, you're on the wrong side of TikTok. Because those people are casting their own shadows.
Callie, and I'm not saying that you're saying anything, mean or anything like that. But I've told people time and time again that I think percentage wise, the amount of good discussions is better here on TikTok than what I've seen over on the tube. And it's just easier for me to have conversations with people around my schedule on TikTok. What I would tell you is make your own judgment on what you see, what you hear. And I can't control what happens over on the tube. Unfortunately, it seems like every one of our lives here ends up over there anyway. So, they've got the same information you do.
I was going to say, honestly, I mean, looking at it, your credibility took a hit with the Steven thing, and you're making up for it. I mean, it was a mistake on both parts, and that can happen to anyone.
Yeah, look, I mean, I told him today on the phone, I said, you won't ever hear me talk about you unless it's in a positive light. And I think Steven's a great dude. I mean, we've had a jillion great phone conversations, and I think he got a lot of pressure for what happened. And I don't think that anybody did anything wrong. I think that people make mistakes, and he's a volunteering his time, and I'm the same way. And we left and cut up today on the phone, and again, unless somebody makes a personal attack on me, I mean, I'm all about second chances or clearing up confusion or whatever. I mean, I'm an open book when it comes to that.
Yeah.
I'll come out,
Hey,
Marie.
Shane just texted me. I think he's going to come and join us too.
Okay, we're going to save that box for Shane then.
I love Shane.
I'm glad we're
Sorry, I was eating pretzels. They saved a box for Shane, and Shane is about to come up.
Hi, I just have a question for Tony. It's just something that's been driving me crazy. Okay, KP said that Sebastian had the number to the keypad to the front door. But it was also said that when they came home from dinner Sunday evening, she stopped, he got out, went to the front door, she pulled into the garage. But it said he couldn't get in the front door, and he came back down the path and went through the garage. So if he had the keypad number, why couldn't he get in it?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's a great question. I honestly don't know the answer to that. Identity. What I'm saying with Steven is that he's a great guy. He is not associating with our team, but we don't have a personal problem with each other.
Identity.
So, he's trying to make it clear that he's not a part of Seth's team. He's not a part of my team, if that's what he wants to say. But again, he's a great guy. We had a great conversation today, and we have no issues with each other. There's old Shane.
I'm here, guys. Sorry I'm late.
You're always late to the party, Shane. You're always late.
You're always late. You were late to your own party yesterday.
Yeah, I had unexpected company show up today. I did not expect them to be here, and they just left. So
Y'all better be on your best behavior. We got attorneys, we got law enforcement officers,
The
we got it all
fuck?
now.
Attorneys and law enforcement?
So what's going on? Is there anything new going on?
Well, we've got a really, really good open line of communication with law enforcement now. You'll be happy to know that.
Good. Had they, I know you couldn't share it or anything like that, but do they have any updates for you guys?
I wouldn't say there's any updates, Shane. I would just say that I know he had a 2-hour meeting with them on Friday.
He had a 2-hour meeting on Friday. Seth Rogers had a 2-hour meeting on Friday. What? Is there anything new with you guys? And the worst acting Emmy goes to Shane. He is the salt of the earth. Let's listen to good old Shane.
And, you know, there was a multitude of things that provoked that, of course. You know, some of the things that we had said on interviews that we wished were a little better. And, you know, it let's just say provoked them to sit down, have a nice 2-hour meeting with him. And I'll tell you that he's in a much better place now, and we are supporting them and what they're doing. And we feel like that the communication is better than it's ever been.
That is absolutely wonderful.
I agree.
Yeah, that communication is a key. Absolutely.
Well, it helps to even when there's not always an update, you know, it helps to know a little bit of what's going on. I know it's difficult for families when they, you know, you're sitting back and you don't hear nothing.
Yeah, you know what I've told people is that there's two components that cause things to get out of control. One of them is the family not getting communication, and the other one is the public. And you know, we've taken care of Seth's part now. He's getting good communication. If we could just get those guys to come out and do a press conference and settle the public down a little bit, I think a lot of the drama would go away.
I've said too much.
Was that brought up to him?
Yeah, I think, you know, they've heard my messages loud and clear. They've heard Seth's loud and clear. You know, Seth said the right things to provoke that. He said, you know, it'd be nice for the public to know if this is an isolated incident, if their children are in danger.
Wait, what?
It'd just be nice to settle the community down. So I would say,
I've never heard Seth ever say, can you guys please like let us know if this is isolated, or is there like a serial killer on the loose? Twins. He's insane. I've never heard Seth say that shit. So all of a sudden he said it to law enforcement.
that's probably something that you'll see happening in the near future.
Oh shit. Listen.
Was that brought up to him?
Yeah, I think, you know, they've heard my messages loud and clear. They've heard Seth's loud and clear. You know, Seth said the right things to provoke that. He said, you know, it'd be nice for the public to know if this is an isolated incident, if their children are in danger. It'd just be nice to settle the community down. So I would say that that's probably something that you'll see happening in the near future.
Good. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that.
Well, now we have Tony in here, Shane, retired canine officer or handler, seeing how we're allowed to say both, and Mr. Delta down there, the semi-retired criminal defense attorney. Then we got Miss Kayli Hale, who is a medical coder, and then we got Kay Jen, investigator extraordinaire. Full panel. So if there's any questions, we got all kinds of people up here.
Yeah, if I were you guys in the chat, I would be taking advantage of, you know, retired law enforcement, retired criminal defense attorney. I mean, those guys are a wealth of knowledge.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you mean my medical coding has no experience in this?
No, none, but I had to throw it in there.
Hey, no disrespect to my fellow Okie.
I mean, I had to give you some kind of title.
No, I'm just joking. I really don't have any experience.
I normally call you my partner in crime, but people will eventually believe the crime part.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I have a question for Shane. What took you so long to get in here?
Oh gosh. Well, I had to go get Jay's pastries from Dunkin' Donuts. And
the man's not even here. You going to dog him?
No. I actually, I had unexpected company show up. I had no idea they were coming, and they popped in to surprise me. They were friends from out of town, and so I sat with them as long as I could, and then they just left. So I grabbed my dogs and came outside.
Cajun?
Hey, bro.
What do you mean?
A private message?
Yes, absolutely. I need to get a message to her if there's someone that can do that.
Katie can.
Yeah, I can take a break out. I'll write you.
I don't know. Shane.
Okay, thank you. Can you do it on my backup account, the Cajun Girl?
The one in the comments?
Yeah. Yes, I'll comment right now.
Okay,
All
I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I have a question for Shane and for Delta. Do you guys have all these backup accounts?
No, I just got
No. I don't either.
Well, I have that one. I mean, Tony, you know why. I mean, I got bananaed, and so I'm commenting as Cajun Girl. That's my backup account. So, if you're not following that one, I would appreciate it if you do so you can get me. But yeah, that was my backup because I was in timeout for a little while.
Were you a bad girl? Did you laugh without being allowed to?
Laugh too hard, guys.
That joke was directed straight at you, Cajun.
I know it. That's okay. I got my big girl panties on tonight.
There was a question in here. Pam wanted to know, is Nina Glass still going to search?
Is Nina Glass going to search?
Unfortunately,
okay, here we go. Nina Glass is the one that was in court, for the firearm. She shot a gun, a pew-pew, in an apartment and could have, actually unalived someone that day. Remember the one that needed her diesel truck fixed? She got the money to fix her diesel truck and she needed diesel gas.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
Well, she was supposed to be there last Saturday. And Nina was a no-show.
Nina is probably not coming now because of all the attacks on her, and her team didn't feel like it was a good environment.
Her team?
So because of all the attacks, she's not coming now, which is absolutely terrible for Seth.
That's horrible for Sebastian.
Absolutely.
May I ask what were they being attacked about?
Yeah, Shane, good question.
Shane, it had to do with a lot of threats, a lot of her background that people didn't understand. It was relentless for several weeks when it came out that she was, going to come out and help this way. And she just got to the point where her team didn't feel good about it anymore. And I got on some platforms and defended her and defended her background. And it's just, it's unfortunate.
Hey, can I say something in the comments? Hey guys, if you like this, let's show some love. Let's get Kayla some likes up and just share the live.
Thank you.
More appreciation.
You can make the chat green for Sebastian too.
Yes.
So Timothy,
You're part of our
I'll
team,
answer
Erica.
your question.
Team Clickers.
What is the background and qualified training of this team Tony Mathis has?
Ooh.
I don't have a team. If you're talking about Nina's team, they are very, very qualified.
Oh,
They,
wait a second. Why has he distanced himself? It's not just me, but he said that was his team. Right? You get a team. You get a team. We all get a motherfucking team. What? He just distanced himself from his own team. Because weren't they his freaking team in Corpus Christi? Like, hello?
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man. Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
Many, many, many certifications. They have equipment, but what they also have is compassion and dedication. So they're very qualified.
Dedication to what?
There's another question. This chat is flying.
Dude, he
I
just
love all the
separated
green.
himself from her drift.
No, and missing persons, there's no restrictions put on Nina as far as searching for people's children at all.
You know what, Tony, I got a question for you, and it's
Tony, I got a question
kind of
for you.
again, I don't know if there is, but do you know if there's a reward Tony posted out anywhere?
Oh, is there a reward, Tony?
I think the reward is coming. I think there's some vehicles to accept money as well as transfer money into a potential reward. I know it's definitely going to happen at some point. It's being put together.
Okay.
Wait, vehicles? But wait a minute. Tony did not say, hey, send a check to Attorney Lewis or mail Attorney Lewis a check or go in person to Attorney Lewis's office in Nashville and give him a check. He said it's being worked on. And this was almost in sync with this mess where he came on T-Rev and was like, yeah, man, send a check to that dude. Yeah, that's the post I put up, dude. Yeah, that's mine right there. This right here. At the very almost same time. At almost the same time, in sync, if you will. Tony's saying it's being worked on. Here's Seth.
10 years now, I'm in the middle of trying to find my son again. I never said I was perfect. People need to understand that. I do stuff. I get heated. I get upset. People don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and I'm only human. I can only take so much until I just blow my top. What dad wouldn't? When it comes to the kids, we're supposed to protect them, and I can't even find
I
mine
guess
to
I didn't
protect
find
him.
the right spot. Sorry. Right here.
So my attorney is looking into that. She doesn't know everything, but she's looking into it. And until I get it up, I'm not going to have people sitting there and donating to it.
Well, I asked that because I know a lot of us that want to put into there, and we want to, and maybe it brings.
I feel like ran by the attorney.
Yeah, again,
it won't be ran by me or anybody else. It'll be ran by the attorney.
Yeah,
and someone finds my son. That will be the reward will be handed out through the trust, but it will be up to the law enforcement. It has nothing to do. It will have nothing to do with me except for I'm trying to get it set up so it's 100% legit. So there's no questions or anything else. Also, I'd like to address that page that I put out.
Right here.
That one right there that you just put up. That right there. It can be mailed or dropped off.
Okay.
And he doesn't take cash. It's only checks. He doesn't do any type of electronic transfer or any of that sort of stuff. So a lot of people, I haven't even pushed it because I can't even get a hold of that gentleman. It's still there.
Wow.
7,500 that was there for that is promissory notes from businesses in the area.
I read that too. I read up on that. So there's promissory notes. So I read that last night. There's promissory notes from people in the area.
Listen,
I know
right
tons
here.
of people that want to put into this reward. So they have to mail in a check or.
Okay, listen. T-Rev nails them down to, is this the address to send checks? Right, meow. Listen.
Else to this exact address still to this day, you could mail that into them.
Yeah, that's that attorney's address.
Yeah, that's that attorney's address. He doesn't say no. Don't send anything to that man because I can't get a hold of him.
Okay.
Hey Seth, there's a person in chat. Big Bird said all one.
Okay, back to Tik Tok Tony. So someone asked, "Is there a reward?" It's actually the lawyer guy. So Tony, can I ask you a question? Is there a reward?
I
Listen.
mean, I think there's some vehicles to accept money as well as transfer money into a potential reward. I know it's definitely going to happen at some point. It's being put together.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Did you guys miss me?
I always miss you, Miss Katie.
Look, original lady in red. I don't know who the fuck you're talking to, but my name is not Nicolina. And you don't need to come in here with all your caps with your investigation hat on. You're wrong. I'm no one named Nicolina. My name's Jennifer, right? Jennifer, not Nicolina. I don't have a voice changer. Okay? There's not two Jennifers.
Is it one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Jesus Christ. It's only Tuesday, guys.
With every bullet.
There's a question from Timothy in the chat. Tony, it's up to you if you want to read it and answer it.
Why didn't Seth donate to the funds that bought and paid for billboards? I don't know what Seth does with his money and why. That's certainly out of my lane, and I don't swerve into that lane.
Damn, man. Coming in hot with that shit.
Can I add to that, Tony, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Listen, what Tony's doing, and even as an attorney here, we just represent clients. We don't live their life. Okay, they live their normal life. We don't tell them how to live their normal life. We just represent them. As in Tony's case, speaks for them. Does what he's
is she
hired
talking to
by
the panel?
Tony to do a job. He doesn't.
You're saying somebody on the panel is Nicolina? I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Control Seth's life.
100% accurate. And it would be much like if Seth were to hire Delta, he might hire him on a fee basis and he would represent him in one area. The only difference between Delta and I is I'm strictly a volunteer.
Okay, Delta is a criminal defense attorney. And Tony's talking about Seth hiring Delta. Why would Seth need a criminal defense attorney?
I don't contrast to what a lot of people think. I don't get paid a penny. I spend my own money to travel. And I'm simply a volunteer. And I don't know that, yes, Tim, Seth is my client, 110%. So I don't.
Listen, I don't want anybody's info or stories in here from a secondhand source about being scammed. If you see a post where someone is worried about their money, simply reply to them and tell them to call their local police department and file a report, and also to call their bank. That's where you need to begin. Not on YouTube. You need to get on the horn with your bank. Let them know that you think that your checking account could be accessed by someone fraudulently, and then call your local police department and file that police report that you think you've been scammed. That's your first course of action.
I don't have any
Thank you, Brandy.
20 years of experience being a spokesperson. I don't think there's a playbook for a father missing a child. There's not really a playbook on being a spokesperson. You just come in, you figure out what it is his needs are, and you do your best to to fill those needs.
Yep, well said.
There's a good question. Is the Google voice tip line, is that real?
That was set up by Seth. It is real.
What?
There are people that run that. I don't know anything about it. I didn't set it up.
Oh, he totally distanced himself from the fake tip line. Wait, what? I don't know anything about that. I didn't set it up. Seth set that up, and he's got people running it. So I think that it's possible Seth's narrative. This is Seth's narrative, not Tony's. Right. But if he's a spokesperson and he has to go by a certain narrative for his client, it doesn't necessarily make him honest. You get what I'm saying? It's like paying someone to say what you would say, only better. So he's maybe getting fed from Seth, and we're really blaming Tony. Hmm? Yeah, but he's his mouthpiece, right? Is he the soap of the operation? He's like the soap for Pigpen. That's messed up. Because y'all saw when I called that tip line, right?
There's a good question. Is the Google voice tip line, is that real?
You know, that was set up by Seth. It is real. There are people that run that. I don't know anything about it. I didn't set it up.
Bing bong.
So,
Okay.
hey, Cajun,
Yes, I'm here.
you've said time and time again that you would love to meet my wife. She's actually in the chat.
Oh, shit. So the non-existent wife makes an appearance in the chat. She must not have enough followers to jump in a box. She has to take second fiddle to Tony in the chat.
Well, hi, honey. It's nice to see you in here.
Where's she at?
She's mama is over it.
This one? I'm Mrs. Mathis.
Who is playing something in the background? What is that playing in the background, y'all? Yeah, they want the tips, and they say they're passing them on. Set up by Seth, who's not cleared? Hells no. What?
I wouldn't let you sleep in my room if you were growing on my ass.
Tony, Mama, whatever. Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi, mama. I'm sure you already know, but I got his back, girl.
I got his back in this chair.
And my hubby's got his back in another one.
She's loud as fuck.
Tony does a pretty darn good job of that for himself.
It takes an army to have my back. I wished I had Delta and Shane in more chats.
Because guilty, Explore.
Yeah, you know, actually, if I
You got our back. You just got to let us know when you need it.
Yeah.
Tony, I'm gonna say one thing. You sure are fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take
And
you
your
up
wife-
on that.
You got our back. You just got to let us know when you need it.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover, and I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
And I promise you.
And telling who
Yeah.
she is, you're a dumb dumb.
Hey, I'm gonna just be straight up with you. I call him out on it even when he don't ask for it.
I just want my finder's fee. That's all.
You find fee.
Identity
That was
theft
a
wants
joke,
to
everyone.
know. What did you say, Katie?
I said that was a joke, everyone.
Oh, yeah, right. Has Seth given Julia Valenti, the canine handler, any of Sebastian's clothing, personal belongings for her current searches?
Here we go. Jules.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I know that she is still searching. You know, I play a different role in Caleb's case. In Caleb's case, I was more of a project manager. So I gave direction. I hired the PI firm, a very, very good PI firm. I hired I worked directly with Nina and her search team. And, you know, I basically gave him somebody that would help him in every facet of the project. Over here, I'm just
The project? In every facet of the project. Like this is a movie, a production. Huh? Guys, what the freak is this?
spokesperson. So I really don't have any contact with most of these people that Seth has brought in. And I'm glad because I'm simply helping where he needs me, and he didn't ask for help in those areas.
I'm not responsible for anyone Seth has brought in.
Understandable. Do you know if there are any PIs that are working with Seth?
I'll tell you at this time, I can't comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. And again, I also brought, remember, PI, when they invest.
Hold on. This guy's going to talk in a minute. Okay? Elmer Fudd's going to talk in a minute. Listen. Who would deal, of the 3 suspects being the parents, who would deal with a project manager? Would it be A, Chris Proudfoot on a construction site? Would it be B, Katie Proudfoot, who installs security cameras? Would it be C, Seth Rogers, who's a correctional officer? Get your vote in the chat now. Project managers, superintendents, hashtag construction. Why is he using that verbiage?
Investigate, that's who they report to, is Seth. They don't go to law enforcement. Any findings they have, they don't really report it to law enforcement. They report everything to Seth.
Correct.
What? Wait, what the fuck?
But remember, PI, when they investigate, that's who they report to, is Seth. They don't go to law enforcement. Any findings they have, they don't really report it to law enforcement. They report everything to Seth.
Correct.
So Heather was only reporting to Seth? Is that why she backed down? Could she not hand over tips until she backed down out of the contract? Whatever he is.
People that Seth has brought in, and I'm glad because I'm simply helping where he needs me, and he didn't ask for help in those areas.
Understandable. Do you know if there are any PIs that are working with Seth?
I'll tell you at this time, I can't comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. And again, I also brought, remember, PI, when they investigate, that's who they report to, is Seth. They don't go to law enforcement. Any findings they have, they don't really report it to law enforcement. They report everything to Seth.
Correct.
They have no obligation to report to anything to law enforcement.
And what I will say
Stryker.
is the first word in PI is private.
Yep.
And that's the most effective ones are exactly that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I've just had some people tell me, no, they have to. I think, no, they don't.
No, they have no legal obligation to report any information to anybody other than the client that engages them.
Exactly.
Is that true?
Exactly.
How can that be true? If it's in a contract, maybe we need to further investigate that statement there.
Exactly.
Michelle Dawn, I don't know if he will know that, but I'll ask. Since it was said that Sebastian knew the route to Seth's house, was that route searched?
I don't know the answer to that. I know very little about what's going on in the investigation. Yes, Jake CMS. I am still a spokesperson for Randy Harris as well.
Right, Nick. It doesn't make sense.
I think people confuse, and I'm not saying anything bad about it, confuse the role of a spokesperson and a PI and a...
Was there things that Heather dug up that she wasn't allowed to give to LE?
Investigator, somebody that's on the inside of things.
No, Erica. Heather got paid. Chloe didn't. Heather got paid, remember? But then she didn't get paid anymore. She was paid till she
I
wasn't.
love the point he made, private investigator. Because, if no one knows who they are, people are more likely to talk to them, of course.
Well, and a good private investigator will not divulge any information too. So
That's what confused me about the last ones that he had. They were very willing to tell what they find, and I'm just like, I don't know that that's helping Sebastian at all, but
Yeah, their job is to report it to the client, and it's up to the client to report it, put it out there if they wanted to.
I think that goes back to Seth trying to oblige people, trying to
Do you think that Seth was asking them not to report the tips?
release him, trying to be nice, just trying to be like, give us an update, letting them tell us. I could be wrong. I don't know. But
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, again, if Seth's got information, and that's up to him if he wants to, reveal anything. He's not obligated. We're not obligated to.
They're not obligated. Yes, I have the vault video. I just haven't had enough time to go over it with you guys yet. We're going to get to that. Not today, but we will get to that. I have that video.
Receive any information. I mean,
and somebody in the comments is questioning about you being an admin in some groups.
Yeah, so I was never an admin in Caleb's group, never from day one. I was an admin in Sebastian's group, and by design, when we got other moderators in, eventually Nicole was going to remove me from that because I don't have time to monitor that. Harley Morris's group, believe it or not, I had a conversation with his mom and helped her get on the Pascal show. And one day she made me an admin of the group, just out of the blue, but I haven't been on that page in a long time. So it was just, I think the mom felt a comfort level with me, and I did help her get on Pascal's show, and she was hoping maybe I would get more involved and be able to help, but unfortunately, and she's got a son that's missing that nobody's talking about in Texas. But I don't have the time to volunteer any more time.
And Timothy, he said that Seth did set up that tip line, so it's not a fake report tip line. The Google one.
No, not at all. It's not fake. Somebody said that they called, and when they got on the phone, somebody hung up or whatever. And I don't know. I've not called that number. I don't know anything about it.
Okay, I got to find it in my video.
And there's a question for you
yes,
in the
I was going to
comments.
say that.
Would a shoe insole from Sebastian's shoe work as a good scent article
How
to
would he
canine
know?
trap?
Oh, Shane.
Thank you, Earth. I appreciate you, honey. Thank you so much. No, I love you. Thank you.
Neo, I think there is you can Google.
Spit it out.
I think you can Google Harley Moore or go to Facebook and search Harley Morris. The group is actually run by his mother. And it's an interesting story with him that
was he barefoot
his
too?
mom, I mean, she is a broken-hearted mom. And when he went missing from the bar that he walked out of, she actually left her job and relocated and moved from Florida to Texas to search for her son.
And yeah, can I just answer Renee in the comments real quick? Yeah, I agree. You said call the police to report tips. I would say call the police if they're credible tips. Don't call on hearsay, because all you're doing is taking resources away.
Right, and as it is, it's already been 3 months, and all of the things, that have happened to hinder this case has set it behind even longer than that.
How are you going to know if a tip is credible unless you turn it in? That's why it's a tip.
And I think Seth's tip line would be, he's willing to turn every stone over looking for Sebastian. And so he's willing to listen to all tips, I would think.
Guys, I appreciate your time tonight. I'm going to pop off of here, but I greatly appreciate the conversation, and I enjoyed the platform, and appreciate all you guys. And Shane and Delta, thanks a lot for jumping on with us.
Thank you, and I did follow you, so you need anything, anytime you gotta, need us up there, let us know.
Thank you. Yes, let me know.
Yeah,
Well,
appreciate you guys. Katie,
Thanks for
thank you.
spending the afternoon with us.
No problem. Kayla, thanks. Jen, thanks. And
You're welcome. Good night,
Nikki,
Tony.
thanks as well.
All right, you have a good evening. Have a good day
You
tomorrow.
too. Bye-bye.
Good night, Tony.
Okay, so that is the end of Tik Tok Tony. I don't know what to take from that. But the other day when we were live, I called that tip line, and I gotta find it because he's saying this was set up by Seth. I don't even know what to say about that. Set up by Seth. And then Seth last night on T-Revs also defended this fake Amber Alert weird site. He said that Deputy Skaggs is a decorated police officer. Was it this one? Was it yesterday? No. Do you guys remember what day that was? If you know what I'm talking about. Was it this one? I didn't chapter this one either. Yeah. Oh, this is the Amber Alert. Do you guys remember? It's in, Ben, it's in the description of this video if you want to watch it. But do you guys remember where I called the tip line when that was? You think it was on Saturday? Let me go back. That would have been this one. No, I think it was Friday. Story is I remember me calling too, but I think it might have been Friday. Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me do that. I have the hardest time finding my own videos. It's so weird. You think it was Friday? So that would have been May 21st, not May 21st. May 24th? I don't remember if I did a short, dude. There's been so much. No, I did a short on the fake Amber Alert. Let's try the one on the 24th. Maybe I didn't look at it right. So that's this one. Let's go back here.
Doing for 25 days.
It is, and it isn't. It is, depends on how you want to look at it. It can go both ways. And here's why I say that. Do I agree what they doing
See, I don't see it.
is correct? No, I don't. Not at all. I'm not condoning it. However, what it is doing though is it does keep Sebastian's situation, not Sebastian's name, the situation in the forefront.
What am I checking? My phone, my text? I'm sorry. It's a lot to manage at once. What do you mean check my phone? It is a lot. And you know, criminal defense lawyers are not cheap to put on retainer either. Yeah, I don't remember now. Oh, the call log. Jesus. See, you guys are the brains of this operation. You are the brains of this operation. So it was Friday. Friday at 3:53. Yep. Friday at 3:53. Thank you. So Friday was the 24th. So it is this one. When did I call, though? This fucking video is 5.5 hours long. Yeah. Do you guys remember what point? Because we have Chris and Katie on panel. Odd call in, which I don't know what that is. You guys,
That is crazy.
Yeah, so
that was when that guy called in and it got all weird. Then we did the Wheel of Friday. His daughter. That's Faith. 3 hours and 53 minutes. Thank you. Y'all are awesome. The brains of this operation, I'm telling you.
That's the sweetest thing that we've heard.
Yeah, he got so embarrassed
Oh,
about it too. Bama, thank you.
That.
Bing bang.
Oh my God.
What is
I'm
this?
sorry.
What is stream sniping? What the hell is that?
Oh, that's when one creator is live and another creator just restreams
What's
them
up,
for their
Ren?
own content. We don't like that. We don't do it. That's just not a cool thing. So it's a issue.
I got it.
But,
Jammer's son.
especially somebody like that. Yes, and it's bound to happen.
Thank you so
bound
much,
to happen
Jams.
because unfortunately we can have.
Okay, it's way back in the beginning. So beautiful. And Annie, of course, it's always
playbook. They do that with a lot of cases.
True.
Take it serious. You know, that's all I gotta say. Like, if you, I mean, I think it's great that people.
I can't send myself the damn clip. Do you know the minute marker? $51.47. Here we go. Thank you so much. $51.47. Here we go.
Got some in the mail and saw it was filthy dirty around the packaging and everything. Yeah.
So gross.
Well, you know, so I heard recently through the grapevine that he created a soap called Katie Come Clean.
Yes, he has on his website.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a sick bitch. That's what he is.
Well, my question is, did he get permission?
No.
From Katie?
No.
Which, I mean, he kind of has to be careful because that right there is treading in another legal realm that he really doesn't want to go down.
Right.
Correct. You're absolutely right. Because again, he is. You see, the moment Sebastian went missing, under the eyes of the law of Tennessee, you
Hold on. They want. This is what they're saying now. I pulled over. Hold up. I pulled over. Hold on. Let's just call them back. They said they're only going to listen.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Jay.
Bing bang.
Hello.
Hi. Who's this?
Hello.
Hi. Who's this? What the fuck? Tony said Seth set this up. What is going on? Seth set this up. This is the guy who says, I want to find my son.
Yeah.
So listen what happened next. Really? Who
Hello.
was that?
Please state your name after the
I
tone,
call back.
and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Why'd you hang up? She's not going to answer me now. She said, I'm not here to answer your questions. If you have a tip, let me know. In
The
Gallatin?
Google subscriber you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hi, is this Michaela? Is this Michaela? Or who is this? Well, fuck. Now we know it was Seth per Tony. Gallatin. Call me back. If you're looking for Sebastian Rogers, call me back. Why would you hang up on somebody? Why can't you give your first name? Was it a woman or a man? I couldn't even fucking tell. I just had, that name was new to me that day. I had heard all about this MF and Michaela because of Seth, his girlfriend, all that bullshit. And her name was at the forefront of my mind. I was like, is this Michaela? It's a Google Voice, but Tony said Seth set it up. So why would it be CP's mom? Why would it be CP's mom if Seth set it up? That doesn't make sense. What just happened? Like, why would it be anything? Why would it be Chris's mom if Seth set it up? Or do you think Tony's just saying Seth set it? Like, what? I don't get it. Listen. Damn it. I did it again. Are you kidding me? Does that theme song give you guys like nightmares? It does me. All right. I'm just going to let it load. Keep watching. I don't
Katie
know who
and
the
Seth are
fuck she
considered, and
is.
grandparents and siblings are considered victims. So you have victims' rights. Nobody is allowed to put you under unnecessary surveillance. They're not allowed to tread into your personal life. They're not, all the things that have happened to you, they're not allowed to do what they're doing. But there's nothing in place to stop them from doing it.
They're not allowed to do it, but there's nothing in place to stop them from doing it. Do you hear how dumb she sounds? I mean, I'm not trying to be mean here, and I know she's not the focus, but They're not allowed to do what the fuck they're doing, but there's nothing in place to stop them. It's like, what?
Unless you collect their information, take it to law enforcement, and then push on it, Chris. That's the unfortunate thing.
But pushing on law enforcement to do that kind of thing is very, very unlikely. I mean, because one,
He is so full of himself too. Here we go. Hold up. I pulled over. Hold on, let's just call him back. They said they're only going to listen.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Jay.
Hello.
Hi, who's this? What the fuck? Really? Who
Hello.
was that?
Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Why'd you hang up? She's not going to answer me now. She said, I'm not here to answer your questions. If you have a tip, let me know. In Gallatin?
The Google subscriber you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hi, is this Michaela? Is this Michaela? Or who is this? Right, who is it? Gallatin. Like, hello. Call me back. If you're looking for Sebastian Rogers, call me back. Why would you hang up on somebody? Why can't you give your first name? Yeah, 615 area code. Was it a woman or a man? I couldn't even fucking tell. Yeah, they said, I'm not here to answer your questions. If you have a tip, let me know. Yeah, they hung up on me. You know what? They don't want us watching this, do they? Keep watching.
Katie and Seth are...
Yeah, messed up, eh? And then we go over here. Let's get over here. And we had Tony saying that that was all Seth. So that concludes today's show, guys. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. But like I said, if we stick together through this case, we can still stick around for Sebastian and comb through the bullshit. Comb through the bullshit. Okay? Because this is what we're here for. Sebastian. It is. It's unbelievable, guys. So we officially have Tony saying, that's not me. That's Seth. The reward is still being worked on. Tony's not mentioning this lawyer. But Seth set up this tip line so he can get tips. Why? He's going to say because law enforcement's not doing their job. Just like Chloe wasn't doing her job, right? Tips go to 1-800-TBI-FIND. Special Agent Bobby Simmons. Let's make this bigger for the dad in the back. Okay. 615-451-3838. You can contact Detective Bobby Carter at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or Special Agent Bobby Simmons at 1-800-TBI-FIND. No tip is too small. If you know something, say something. If you've seen something in the past, come forward now. Sebastian deserves to be found, y'all. And that's why we're here. I'll see you guys in the next stream tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I love all of your hearts. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's roll our credits and dance it out. so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about
Going to the clinker, the big house.
new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack.
I mean, I'm sure there was stuff long and long.
Is it one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Jennifer loves horses. Bye, Jennifer.